Well, good morning, everyone. It's the 20th of December, 2022. Welcome on this very frosty morning. Hopefully you're somewhere warm and are tuning in to watch us today in your comfort. As a reminder, all public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 40-1. And there has been an agenda circulated. I would be looking for a motion to adopt that agenda. Councillor Northcott was first. All those in favor? And that's carried. Councillor Graham is joining us electronically. I'm not exactly sure if you can voice that, but
I'm in favor, Gerald.
Thank you so much.
Can she just raise the hand? Can we motion to allow Councillor Graham to just raise the hand button on her Zoom in order to vote so that she doesn't have to strain her voice? Is that something that would please the council?
I think that would be totally appropriate if that was in agreement with the. I see consensus here. I don't know if we necessarily need a motion. Would we need a motion for that? I think just a consensus of council, and I would be more than comfortable with that. So, thank you. And Sydney, is that going to work for you? Maybe we'll just do a thumbs up or whatever you can do for that. And we'll practice. That'll help us through the rest of the process of the day here as well. Super. Thanks so much. That's working. And then minutes of the previous meeting of the 22nd of November have been circulated. Were there any errors or omissions to note? If not, I would be looking for a motion to adopt those minutes. Councillor Swanson?
Were they circulated, Tracy Lynn, or were they? I don't remember seeing it in an email.
I did ask the question, and they weren't originally circulated,
Right.
but they were included on our
online
package that
Yes.
was there. So,
Okay, so
if council needed additional time, we could certainly.
no, I'm fine. I'll
Okay.
move the adoption of the minutes, a regular meeting from November 22nd.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further discussion on that? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Brings us, I believe we'll skip forward to item 5, or more specifically item 5.1, and that is the four-year financial plan summary. And I shall turn the floor across to Ms. Serhan, please.
Good morning, Council. So the goal for the motions included in today's budget agenda item is to provide direction for and the ability to spend funds in 2023. According to the MGA, Section 242, subsection 1, each council must adopt an operating budget for each calendar year. The contents of the operating budget are included in Section 243, subsections 1 and 2. Section 245, each council must adopt a capital budget for each calendar year. The contents of the capital budget are included in Section 246. Section 248, subsection 1 states that a municipality may only make an expenditure that is included in an operating budget, interim operating budget, or capital budget, or otherwise authorized by council for an emergency or an expenditure that is legally required to be paid. These motions are the culmination of the work that's been done as directed by council through several strategic planning committee meetings, and most recently the 3 days that the strategic planning committee spent deliberating the proposed budget. These budgets have been developed based on direction from council at every meeting that they direct staff, which includes regular council meetings, strategic planning meetings, and workshops. In 2021, this council was elected and had the daunting task of adopting a budget 2 months after they were elected with 5 new members sitting. And I know that was a huge accomplishment for this council. Throughout 2022, the year starts with a strategic planning meeting in January And there are there's several of those scheduled throughout the year to go through policy, decide what work plans should or should not be included in the 2023 budget. And then also in council meetings and workshops, there's council's able to give direction to staff through those meetings. Then, starting in the fall, staff start kind of gathering all that data from all the decisions that council has made and the directions that have been given, and it culminates into the document that you receive as a draft budget in late November this year to go through deliberations December 7th, 8th, and 9th. All the changes were made that were discussed and agreed upon by the Strategic Planning Committee at those deliberations, and the four-year financial plan in front of you includes all of those changes and proposed adjustments, as well as the recommendations from the Broadband Committee, so that you can see the overall four-year financial plan for 2023 is balanced. And what balanced means is that there is enough funding sources to cover all of the expenditures, operating and capital, including any debt repayment and any dollars that are being put away into restricted surplus for future projects. So included in the documentation was a four-year financial plan, four-year work plans, 10-year anticipated capital projects and purchases to support long-term work plans and service delivery, funding sources which include tax revenue, grant opportunities, sale of assets, municipal and private partnership opportunities, restricted and unrestricted surpluses, and other revenues that are including but not limited to investment income, sale of goods, fines, permitting, licensing, the list goes on. Again, I just want to touch on the guiding documents. The work plans are assembled through guiding documents including provincial legislation such as the MGA, the Weed Act, Occupational Health and Safety, and the Alberta Traffic Safety Act, to name a few. Municipal bylaws such as the Land Use Bylaw, the Waste Management Services Bylaw, Highway Management Bylaw, and the Municipal Development Plan. Policies such as brush clearing, signs, informational, sanding and salting, employment policies, accounting for TCA, grant funding for community halls. That's just a few of the 100+ policies that guide staff and give them direction on what's included in the work plans. Consequences of not approving a budget for 2023. Section 248 states that a municipality, to make an expenditure in any given year, it must be either identified in budget or otherwise authorized by council, be for an emergency, or be legally required to be paid. So if a budget is not passed today, then there would be consequences as far as what could be paid in starting January 1st, 2023. Just want to move on to the four-year financial plan and the agenda item before you. Just want to move through the columns and the rows there and just really expand on what's included, what the summarized data means, and what you can gauge from that information. The four-year financial plan is provided as a summary document with inclusion of all operating programs and capital projects. First, the columns. The approved with adjustments 2022. So this is the 2022 budget with any adjustments that council has approved throughout the year. There was an attached list of those adjustments and how each of those adjustments affected the summarized data and the subsequent 2022 budget. Projected 2022, these are the projected actuals for 2022. And as a reminder, they're estimates and are subject to change well into February of 2023. Draft 2023. This is the summarized budget to provide the operational service levels and funding to move forward with capital projects that have been identified in strategic planning meetings and workshops, including the Strategic Planning Committee budget deliberations held December 7th through 9th. The detailed budgets include any changes that were made to those programs and projects that were recommended during those deliberations by the committee. The preliminary 24, 25, and 26, these numbers are for comparability and do not necessarily take into account inflationary amounts. These numbers do not form part of the budget that is adopted and are provided for information only. So moving down the left-hand side are the categories that the detailed budgets roll into. So the operating revenues, these are revenues that pertain to the identified fiscal year. They include grants for operating, tax revenue, lot sales, permitting, licenses, fines, investment, and rental income, just to name a few. Operating expenses, these are the expenses that pertain to the identified fiscal year. These include salary and staffing costs, contracted services, materials, grants and transfers to other governments and organizations, amortization of tangible capital assets, which is the value of an asset that's used up in the identified fiscal year. Both revenues and expenses vary from year to year based on a myriad of variables such as the cost of supplies, grant availability, course availability, contractor rates, partner organization, work plans. All variables are taken into consideration when identifying the required budget for current or proposed service levels. Deficient operating funds. These are the funds that the county is short when generating revenue to fund everything, including amortization. Amortization is a non-cash item because the capital item was paid for when it was purchased. But that doesn't mean it isn't important. The number provides valuable information about the amount of value of the asset that is being used in that fiscal year. Capital revenues. These are revenues, typically grants or the sale of assets that are used for the sole purpose of purchasing or constructing new capital assets. Capital expenditures. These are the funds required to construct or purchase assets that will be used over multiple fiscal periods, years, to provide the service levels that are identified in the work plans. Restricted funds used for tangible capital assets. These are the dollars set aside in previous years that are used to fund the construction or purchase of assets that will be used over, again, multiple fiscal years. Current year funds used for TCA. These are the funds that are generated in the current year that are needed to fund the current year asset purchase or construction. It's a calculated number that takes capital expenditures and subtracts all other funding sources. So capital revenue, restricted surplus transfers, and the balance of that calculation is the tax revenue that's required to complete the balance of the transactions that are identified in the 10-year capital plan for the current fiscal year. Net deficiency of funds. This is the balance that is required to fund all transactions, including amortization above, that isn't already being generated from other identified funding sources. Then we add back the amortization. Why would we do this? Should we do this? The reason is because amortization is not something that's paid out to an external party. It's an expense that's calculated based on the value of the asset that are used in the current fiscal period that the county currently owns. These assets are already paid for, so there isn't a requirement to have cash for this expense. What is, though, is a percentage of what should be saved for the future to replace that asset. It isn't the whole amount that the county should be putting away because it's based on what was paid for the asset when it was purchased or constructed, which likely would be significantly lower than what the replacement cost would be if that asset were at the end of its useful life. Ideally, what should happen is the total cost should be funded and put away to at least partially fund the replacement of the asset that's being used up. Principal payments on long-term debt. Although the interest paid on the long-term debt is rolled into the operating expenses, the principal paydown needs to be shown separately in order to fund these payments. The debt will be paid off entirely in June of 2025, and it's for the debenture that was taken out for the construction of the Westview Lodge. Unrestricted funds designated for future use. These are funds that are set aside for use in a future year. Some of these are annual transactions and others are one-offs. So this practice serves to smooth out tax revenue from year to year while saving for a new, never before purchased or replacement asset. The surplus or deficit generated through the fiscal year transactions. Municipalities are required to have a zero deficit each year. Budgeted surpluses are allocated to specific projects and deficits need to be funded, even if it's through debt. Arriving at a zero balance indicates that the overall budget is balanced. You can see that that is the case for the draft 2023 proposed budget. 2022 is yet to be completed and these numbers are subject to change. Once 2022 financial statements have been assembled and the majority of the audit is complete, any remaining restricted surplus transfers will come to council for direction and approval. Once the final audit is complete, financial statements will be presented to council with a complete variance analysis. Currently, the projections are indicating a surplus that needs to be allocated. The next line, the net excess or deficiency of funds budgeted at $14,721,018 in 2022 and budgeted deficiency in 2023 of $16,684,162 means the funding did not cover everything that was being spent, including the use of the assets or the asset amortization. But because amortization is a non-cash item, it's added back in the next line down. The principal payments on long-term debt is the debenture that was used, again, paid off in 2025.
Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you. This amortization, that's like this year's amount.
Right, so if a bridge is amortized over 70 years, it's 1/70th of that bridge.
Okay, are we setting aside any of these funds in this budget?
Yes. In the unrestricted funds designated for future year use, that's the second last line, $4,889,000. However, we're using quite a bit of the, like the construction of assets also is $56 million. So that's well above what's being used in the year.
So where is this amortization amount being set aside for the future in this?
It's that $4 million that are either annual restricted surplus amounts that go into the facilities reserve or the West Country Roads Reserve or restricted surplus. I can pull up the list for you if you like.
It's on the next page, right where your pen is.
Yeah, okay.
Not really, I'll bring up the one that just has the list of what. If we go into the teams.
I would expect to be looking for a number of 22 million.
Well, because some of it is being used in the current year also, like the county has identified $56 million worth of capital purchases or construction. Some of that, instead of having it go into the restricted surplus and coming out, it's being identified as being used in the current fiscal year. So, so the 4 million, or I should bring that up on my screen because I can't totally see what that number is. The second one.
4.9.
Yeah, the $4.9 million that's being set aside and not being used in the current year.
Mr. Hagan as well too may have something to add.
Thank you, Reid Vlahi. Good morning, Council. Perhaps while Mrs. Serhan is looking up that information, I can provide a little bit of background and insight. As Mrs. Serhan said, in a perfect scenario, the amortization would be fully funded and then some. Council would take that funding, put it away for future replacement of those assets, the portion that are used up every year, in addition to allowing for inflation on those purchases, because it's highly unlikely we're going to buy a new asset for the same price that we paid for the original asset. The county has been working towards that goal over many years. To try to achieve that in this year coming up, 2023, would be a drastic increase required in revenue. Probably not very realistic. What I would suggest is this is an excellent topic for strategic planning over the next year, where council and administration can explore alternatives and options together for how to increase that revenue and essentially get closer towards fully funding those replacement amounts, which again takes some of that variation out of the annual revenue that's required for replacement, smooths out those revenues, and fits hand in glove, if you will, with our asset management plan. So it is absolutely a goal of county, and has been for previous councils as well, to get closer and closer to that goal. But it's something that will take time and strategy to achieve.
Can you email it to me? It's in Teams.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor or Deputy Reeve Melhoff, please.
Thank you. I do have a question with regards to this though, because some of those capital assets, we do look for granting options. So if we have fully funded those projects, I worry that the granting options might not be there the way that they are if we're looking for a partner for those projects in order to fund said bridge, fish passage, etc. So I think there is some value in ensuring that we need to seek a partner because we haven't fully funded a project or haven't shown on paper we're fully funding a project, because then maybe the province will step up to the plate and go, hey, we'll partner with you and help you with this. But if we fully fund it, maybe not.
Mr. Hagan?
I completely agree with that comment and that suggestion, and would suggest that as council and administration are working together to strategize a solution towards future years, that we keep that in mind, and perhaps direct the restricted surplus funding that the county is intentionally putting away for the future towards those kind of things that other government agencies typically don't fund, and consider what possibilities are in terms of provincial and federal funding going forward. So absolutely point well taken, that it would be a consideration going forward as well.
Thank you.
So I just have the list here, and before I go through the list of what is being put away, a good example of dollars that aren't being put into restricted surplus but are being used every year is the gravel road rehab. So instead of putting that money into restricted surplus and pulling it out every year, it's funded through tax revenue, and that's close to $5 million. And there are other examples of that. I just don't have that list with me. West Country Roads is $300,000 per year. Commercial and industrial land development, $1 million a year. Gravel reclamation, $200,000. Leslieville sewer is the $29,100. That's above what it costs to operate that facility. The rental income budgeted at $200,000. Facility construction, $1.5 million. Public Works capital equipment, $150,000. Fire facilities, $150,000. Fire apparatus, $800,000. Ag rec facility, $500,000, and the GIS photo flyover at $70,000. Also, those are annual, so those are every year, year over year. In addition to that, there are surpluses that are set aside maybe just for 1 year because of a surplus that's been identified and we just want to top up the bridge deficit restricted surplus, or we have the broadband that was a project that was going to be over just a few years, so we, Clearwater County set aside restricted surpluses in those accounts also, but it's not an annual contribution. These are the only annual contributions currently identified in the 2023 draft budget.
Deputy Reeve, oh, sorry, Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
So just to clarify what I think I heard here, this number, the 4.899 million,
Yes.
is the portion of the 22 million of depreciation that we are setting aside.
Yes,
And so we're not fully setting aside those funds for the future.
right, because some of them are being used in the current year also, like the gravel road rehab. So instead of setting aside those funds, they're actually being used in the year because they're used every single year. So gravel road rehab is the largest one at $5 million that's being used year after year to upgrade the gravel road infrastructure. So those assets are being maintained and rebuilt and reconstructed, and those funds are being used year after year. They're just not identified as being a transfer to restricted surplus and then coming out again in the same year.
So in total, we are setting aside or using in this current year the 22 million?
Well, Clearwater County has identified $56 million worth of capital. Sorry, just let me bring that four-year financial plan back up.
I guess the real question I'm asking is, are we fully funding the depreciation, the amortization, or are we falling behind?
We currently aren't funding the whole $22 million. We are receiving grant funding for some of it though, so there are other areas that go towards funding those assets. But the goal would be to get up to the amortization number, but it would be difficult to do it in 1 year.
And Deputy Reeve Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. When I was looking at the operating revenue, operating expenses, my hope would be that the operating revenue would cover operating expenses. But when I digged further deep into it, that's where you said that there's a lot of the grant funding comes out of there, et cetera. Is that where the last year's project, like the work in projects are coming out of, or is that in the capital? Because just making sure that I'm knowing where is coming from what. So, because my assumption is that that is actually significantly closer if you actually dig deeper into the budget for operating revenue covering operating expenses. But because of where things need to be coded in the system, it looks like there's a bigger gap. My assumption would be that they're closer, more similar to the 2022 than what it's showing in 2023 or 2024. Just the way that it gets coded, I would assume that's why it looks a little.
Well, in 2022, you can see that $56 million is our operating, it's Clearwater County's projected operating revenue for 2022. Projected operating expenses of $59 million, which includes amortization. So to actually operate Clearwater County's operating programs would be $22 million less than that. Okay. So there's actually quite a significant surplus that goes to funding capital projects for the year. And similarly in the draft 2023, $55,749,000 is identified as the, oh, sorry, that's before adjustments. Just let me bring up my... My eyes aren't what they used to be.
The 56,229,000, then minus the 22
Right.
million.
That's
So-
our operating expenses to operate the current year programs for the operating programs.
So our operating revenue is more than covering the operating expenses and is capable of covering a significant portion of our capital expenses as well.
Correct.
Thank you for the clarification.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Okay, so,
Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Looking at the deficit for the next few years, those to me look like alarming numbers. Am I mistaken?
they are large numbers. However, there hasn't been the work done by council on which projects are their priorities for that year and what their funding sources need to be. So starting in January of 2023, work will begin on the 2024 budget and the 10-year capital plan and focusing on 2024. Again, the next 3 years out are always a projection, just noting that work needs to be done and it all can't get done in the fiscal year that's being the work's being done for the next budget year. So if council wanted to set aside many days and make work plans for 24, 25, 26 a priority and the 10-year capital plan a priority and figure out funding sources, what that number means is just that a funding source has not been identified for $14 million worth of projects. So what needs to happen is council needs to decide, is this project a priority? If it is, how are we going to fund it? So it doesn't necessarily mean that there isn't funding there to cover it. It just means that the funding source has not been identified. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It does to me, and I would, am I correct in assuming that we have no requirement to balance the 2024, 2025, 2026 budget at this time?
Correct. The MGA states that needs to have a zero deficit for the draft budget or the approved budget for the next fiscal year. So for we're working on the 2024 budget, or 2023 budget, sorry, with all the years, they all kind of meld together. We are working on the 2023 budget today, and then starting in January will be, the work begins on 2024. And again, I want to say that, you know, this whole past year has been a lot of work and learning for this council as far as identifying programs and projects to support the service levels that Clearwater County provides. And starting in, it takes a long time to get, especially for someone new to the organization, to just wrap their head around the amount of programs and services that Clearwater County provides. And to do that in one fiscal year, I think there's been a lot accomplished by this council. And 2023 year will be a big year for this council, in my mind, in that they have a good understanding now of what they've seen a whole year of programs and projects, and starting in January, this council can make the decisions on the work plans and the service levels and the capital projects moving forward. And I think, you know, maybe the 4 identified strategic planning committee meetings isn't quite enough to do that, but other meetings can be scheduled, and there can be a lot of work getting down to the bare bones of what's legislated, what needs to be provided through legislation. Like I mentioned, the WEED Act, the MGA, the Highway Services Act, figure out what those bare minimums are, and then build on that as far as service levels and what this council sees as what programs and projects needs to happen to deliver the services that they feel Clearwater County should be providing its stakeholders.
Did you have an additional question, please?
Okay, as you said, we're still learning here.
Yeah, it's a big job.
Big numbers of other people's money.
Yeah.
Combined with those the deficit, I guess, the future potential deficit,
Yes.
and the amount that we're taking out of surplus, combined, that is what causes my concern. As that would be the source for funding those shortfalls.
There is a lot of work that needs to be done in the next 12 months as far as deciding what council's priorities are, how they're going to fund them, yeah, just making sure that the service levels are where this council wants them to be for the stakeholders for Clearwater County.
And I'll be going to Councillor Swanson, but I might just mention that we're tasked with managing several $100 million worth of assets on behalf of the province and the people of this municipality. And so I appreciate that there is a budget or a line that recognizes that those assets do devalue over time, do wear out over time. And I think sometimes we shouldn't get caught up in an accounting principle in showing due diligence in that concept of those assets devaluing over time, and us actually seeking a solution to indicate that in our plan. I'll go to Councillor Swanson.
I've appreciated the explanation this morning. It's been good. Added more clarity for me in what we did, 2 weeks ago already. Again, the numbers keep rolling all together.
I know.
So, for me, there's no crystal ball for 2024, 25, 26. We've seen industry ramp up this last year, which is fantastic. They pay the bulk share of our tax revenues. So in looking forward, I think Alberta's direction is one of growth that the governments are seeing. I think our county is going to see, well, hopefully we can see some extra growth at that, because what we've seen for the last year. And again, I have no crystal ball for 24, 25, 26, but at this point in time, we can only do what we can only do with the information that we have. And otherwise we'd all win the $70 million lottery in that. So thank you again for the amortization. That seems to be the stuck, and I appreciate Mr. Hagan's suggestion to do a future strategic planning around our amortization. That would be good for us as well.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I agree with Councillor Swanson. This has been awesome. I'm looking forward to a strategic planning on this. I would assume that because we haven't identified funding sources, that means we also haven't identified them coming from tax revenue, which is also a funding source option. The work has not been done for us to look into where this is all coming from. So I think that for us to get ahead of ourselves and look at that big number, there's a lot of work to do for that. I believe this is an accept for information, and I would be willing to make the motion to accept the 4-year financial plan for information.
Thank you for that motion. Ms. Sirhan, any additional information?
No, that's everything. Yeah.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
In that we are not fully funding the amortization ahead, do we have a number that would show what that shortfall would be? Like, has it been accumulating?
No, actually, it's, over the years, restricted surplus has been growing, quite in a healthy manner, I believe. And I think there needs to be also some work done in separating out the assets which are replacement versus the assets which are new. And they're just, you know, there's just so much analysis that can be done. Excuse me. So much analysis that can be done. Yeah. Sorry, just a frog in my throat. That can be done on projecting what the project should be over the 10-year capital plan. And it's just such a big daunting job for a new council that we just haven't delved into it with this council yet. But I do believe that 2023 for the 2024 budget is the time when we need to do that. 18 months into the term is a good, you know, like I said, you've seen a whole year of what service levels are, the kinds of decisions that come to council. It's just been a really big learning year for council, 2022, and 2024 or 2023 for the 2024 budget is when we can really delve into those projects and priorities and figure out what assets need to support the service levels for the stakeholders of Clearwater County.
And I thank you for that, and I would certainly comment that we do manage a large pool of assets, and we have staff working on assessing those assets and giving their best estimate of when those might be needed to be replaced, and then coming up with a number that approximates the what is being used up every year. And that's just what I see, or my understanding of that depreciation or amortization would be, and I think it's a great principle to understand more closely where we're at any given moment. So, additional questions on the motion for information? Oh, sorry, Sydney. Can we show the chat, and I would certainly read. Oh, it was just a vote then. There was a chat.
In favor.
So Sydney is in favor of that motion if it was here. So I guess I will call the motion then if there's no further questions. Councillor Ratcliffe, your light's on. Okay. I'll call the motion then. Oh, sorry. Okay.
I can repeat the motion if.
Maybe if we would, just so we're
that we accept the 4-year financial plan for information.
Thank you. Clarity there then? Okay, all those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Takes us down to item 5.2. And so if we look at the process through today, much of those elements within the budget have been divided out where people may have indicated some level of conflict in that decision-making process. So as we go through the remainder of the budget today, there will be some opportunity for councillors that have indicated that they may feel conflicted in voting on that particular aspect of the budget to recuse themselves. So as we move forward with that in mind, we shall go to item 5.2, and I believe this will be Mr. Hagan introducing this item.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Just as this council has delegated responsibility for discussing broadband issues and dealing with the planning for broadband and strategic planning around that project, so too has this committee, the Broadband Committee, provided recommendations back to council with respect to budget approval. So at the November 15th meeting, which was the most recent meeting of the Broadband Committee, there were 2 resolutions that were passed. First, that the committee recommends that council approve the Broadband Core Backbone 2023 operating budget. Now, that budget, since the committee saw it, has had a couple of adjustments to it. One of them coming from the second resolution, being that the committee recommends the draft capital budget 2023 is adjusted to include $300,000 to complete phase 2, $120,000 to purchase and install a generator at the main point of presence, and an appropriate allocation of salaries. So adjustments coming out of that, the draft capital budget, as a reminder, included the work on phase 3, and per the committee's direction, that was deferred to 2024. So that has been removed from the draft capital budget for 2023. The other items, being the generator and completion of phase 2, have remained in the capital budget. But the other adjustment that's occurred is that we've reallocated the salaries entirely to operations, where they had been previously split between operations and capital. The remaining items in the 2023 capital budget would not attract a significant amount of salaries to complete those, so those have been left out, and for simplicity, 100% has been put into operations. So based on those adjustments, draft budgets are included, and the administrative recommendation, first, that council approves the 2023 core backbone operating budget and 4-year financial plan. And secondly, the council approves the 2023 capital budget and 10-year capital plan for the core backbone project.
Thank you, Mr. Hagan. Any questions on this broadband matter? Deputy Reeve Milhoff?
We have a broadband committee meeting coming up in January, correct?
Correct.
To dive deeper into this?
Yes.
I'll save them for then.
Councillor Swanson?
I will make the first motion so we can focus discussion. So I'll make the first motion that council approves the 2023 core backbone operating budget and 4-year financial plan for broadband operations.
Thank you for that. And I know Councillor Ratcliffe, your light was on at the same time as Councillor Swanson. Any comments or
Yes,
question?
I have some questions. I'm wondering how of the projected revenue in 2023, how much of that is secured? Like what percentage of that is secured with letters of intent or contracts, or is just I guess undefined at this time?
Mr. Hagan?
We have had very positive discussions with telecommunications providers. We have asked for and are anticipating letters of interest and letters of intent to come to the broadband committee in the future. The amount that you see within this budget is an estimate.
Any additional?
Yeah, yes, I do.
Okay, Mr. Ratcliffe.
The capital portion, no, sorry, the operating cost. Is there a way to ease into this as the user base grows through the year? Or
Something to add?
I'm going to call a point of order in this. These questions, respectfully, Councillor Ratcliffe, can be, if you're concerned about this, can be emailed through administration if you feel that you have a question. But we respectfully can't discuss a broadband in the terms of reference for our broadband committee. So in my opinion, things can be directed unless they are of already public nature. I think Mr. Hagan can answer, but questions in regards to the next year, it should be through the broadband committee, in my opinion.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. I would tend to agree. Again, we do have a motion before us. Specifics to that motion? Any questions specific to that?
I do have one more question,
All right.
and that is, in the 10-year projected capital, there's about $9 million allocated. How much of that is allocated to connecting end users?
Again, I think as was mentioned before, that's, in any of our 10-year capital plans, those budget items have not been determined yet. And I think that would be something that would be, you could express that in a question or an email, but that is the Broadband Committee decision there. Again, any questions on the motion on the floor? Seeing none, I will call that question. All those in favor? And those opposed? That would be carried. And I think there was a second recommendation on this item as well. Would anybody be willing to make a motion in respect to that second item? Deputy Reeve-Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. The council approves the 2023 capital budget and 10-year capital plan for the core backbone project. 2023 capital expenditures of $420,000 are to be funded by transfer from restricted surplus of $300,000 and tax revenue of $120,000.
Okay. Thank you for that. Discussion. Councillor Melhoff, or Deputy Reeve-Melhoff, sorry.
No problem. Thank you, Reeve. Just confirming again, we'll be discussing this in further depth at the Broadband Committee meeting in January.
Mr. Hagan?
I can confirm that.
Thank you again.
Thank you. Okay. With that, then I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Oh, those opposed? That is carried. All right, you know, I know we have a set time for first reading. Maybe we can take a short break here until 10 o'clock, please. Welcome back, everyone, after our short recess. We will be moving ahead to item 6.1 on the agenda, and that is first reading of bylaw 1134/22 for application number 1222 to amend the land use bylaw. And before I turn the floor across to Mr. Bisson, we'll do a quick round of introductions here because we have guests in the room. Councillor Graham is joining us electronically this morning, so I won't make her introduce herself, but she is joining us electronically. And then I'll go to Councillor Northcott, please, to start.
Good morning, everybody. Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor.
Good morning, Jenny Melhoff, Division 1 Councillor and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, Daryl Lougheed, Councillor for Division 3 and Reeve.
Good morning, Neil Ratcliffe, Councillor for Division 5. Thank you for coming out on this frosty day.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Division 6, Councillor.
Hello, Michelle Swanson, Division 7.
Good morning, Mary Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Rhonda Serhan, Manager of Financial Services.
Good morning. Merry Christmas to you both. Rick Emmons, CAO.
Good morning, Dustin Bisson, Planner.
And yeah, opportunity, if you could introduce yourselves, please.
Gene Land.
Morning, Gene.
Tom Miller.
Good morning, Tom.
Morning.
So I'll turn the floor across to Mr. Bisson to outline the request today.
All right, thank you, Reeve Lougheed, and good morning, Council. So Martin and Vincent McCurvey currently hold title to part of the Northeast 1640 of 7, containing 90 acres. The subject land is in the Agriculture Land Use District and is located approximately 2.5 miles north of the town of Rocky Mountain House, along Highway 22. Joseph McCurvey, on behalf of Martin and Vincent, has made application for the redesignation of approximately 17.3 acres of the subject property to the institutional district for the purpose of constructing and operating a church. The subject area proposed to be redesignated will be subdivided from the balance of the subject lands. The proposed site would be accessed via New Panhandle approach from Range Road 7-3A adjacent to the west property boundary. The subject land contains a residence and farmyard located in the southwest portion of the subject property, just west of the area proposed to be redesignated. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicants would like to subdivide the land and donate it to Our Lady of Sorrows Church Association. It is intended that the Church Association would then construct a new church for their congregation on the proposed parcel. The congregation currently meets in a church located at the corner of 51st Street and 51st Ave in Rocky Mountain House. Surrounding land uses in the area are mainly agricultural, with a few residential parcels surrounding the property. The property is bordered to the east by Highway 22. The attached package provides more detail on the proposed development, and the applicant has sent representatives here today to speak to the proposal. Therefore, this application is to rezone a portion of the subject land to create an institutional district parcel as shown on Schedule A of the bylaw. Planning directions, Clearwater County's MDP, Section 3.2, Part 3, land use compatibility. We need to make sure that the proposal is compatible with adjacent lands. Section 4.2.4, the agriculture quality of land is something that we need to consider, along with the nature and extent of farming activities in the area, the location, number, and type of existing planned non-farm land uses, predicted impact on sustainable agriculture, farmland assessment rating for the subject property as well as adjacent lands. 4.2.6, water resource. We need to consider the importance of protecting water resources when considering an application such as this. Impacts on the proposal, impacts from the proposal on surface water, quantity of water, quality of water are just one of a number of things to consider. Section 9.2.10, subdivision and development through the subdivision development approval process, the county shall require the provision of road right-of-way adjacent to public roads, construction of road and access to county standards, limit the number of access points, require adequate setbacks to protect roads from encroachment. The county may require the upgrading of county roads as well. Section 9.2.15, when it comes to this type of development, we need to make sure that it meets provincial standards for water and wastewater services. 9.2.21, the county shall not approve a subdivision if insufficient groundwater intended or the intended supply of groundwater is insufficient. 9.2.22, the county can consider an ancillary water supply to be used for a proposal such as this. 11.2.21, to consider the proposed a proposed redesignation, subdivision, or development, an ASP may be required. The ASP or outline plan, section 11.2.22, the county may require an ASP or outline plan to address any of the following: site suitability, design density, impacts on the natural capital and environment, effects on land uses in the vicinity, traffic impacts, as well as any other matters required to be addressed by the county, just to name a few of those provisions. Section 12.2.2 just deals with the implementation of an ASP or an outline plan. 12.2.3, the county may require the applicant to prepare by a qualified professional engineer any of the following studies: geotechnical study, traffic impact study, water supply study, utility servicing study, or stormwater management plan. 12.2.4, Clearwater County will consider where applicable the following when evaluating an application: impact on adjoining and nearby land uses, impact on natural capital, including ag land, impact on the environment, scale and density, site suitability, road requirements, and traffic impacts, county responsibilities that may result from the development or subdivision. As we go into Clearwater County's land use bylaw, I've included the institutional district. The general purpose of this district is to regulate the development of private or public facilities intended to provide cultural, social, religious, educational, or rehabilitative services. Discretionary uses include buildings for cooking, dining, and assembly, churches, cemeteries, and detached manses associated with a church on the same lot. Section 13.4, Part 9, Section C, allowable lot area. The allowable lot area should be between 2.5 and 10 acres in size. The applicants are proposing to redistrict 17.3 acres of the property. Approximately 2.5 acres of this would be redesignated for a panhandle driveway to access the county road allowance on the west side of the property. Section 3.5, Part 10, just deals with some conditions that the development authority may impose on any development permits in the future. Policy considerations. The main purpose of this application is to rezone 17.3 acres of the subject land from ag to institutional district for the purpose of constructing and operating a new church. The institutional district is intended to accommodate and regulate the development of these such facilities. The proposed use fits within the listed uses outlined in the institutional district. The size of the proposed parcel does exceed the maximum allowable area. However, the development authority can grant a relaxation to the maximum lot area. After reviewing and considering the impacts on adjacent farming activities, staff do not believe that the proposal would negatively impact existing farm operations in the area. Clearwater County could require additional studies to demonstrate the ability for the property to be serviced by a provincially approved septic system, along with traffic impact assessment, stormwater management plan, dust mitigation strategy, just to name a few. Regional Fire, along with other agencies, will receive an opportunity to comment on the proposal during the referral stage of this process. So our recommendation is that council consider granting first reading to bylaw 1134-22 and proceed to a public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bisson. Any questions from council of the development officer? Deputy Reeve Mulhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Just confirming process. First reading, referrals, then get circulated. Public hearing takes place then. Any amendments that may be required at that point. Second reading, and then into a third reading, and then into a development permit.
That is correct.
Thank you for the clarification.
Subdivision would come in between the development, before the development permit stage, in this case.
Thank you.
Additional questions? Councillor Cermak, please.
What is the use of the land right as it stands today?
It is used for agricultural purposes.
So it is farmland?
Yeah.
Second question?
Go ahead with a supplemental, please.
What is your long and short-term projects to develop this area? Is it just a church? And why do you need such a big area if it's just a church?
Well, that is true. Originally, I think it was only supposed to be 7 to 9 acres. It's the family down in Calgary that partially owned this thing. It's a family operation type thing. Anyway, decided, I don't know why, if you know what I mean. I haven't asked that question myself, you know what I mean? Because it was only supposed to be 7 to 10 acres originally, type of thing. And for it, because that'd be lots of, what do you call it, land to do what they have to do. And I know it's registered agricultural, but I farm that and I've done it for 40 years. So it's all it is cow pasture. And then you got to watch it because it is kind of on the lowland type of thing. So I've tried growing a crop on there, and every now and again I get some oats if I do it just right, but it sits under it's not a lot of drainage on that piece, but like I said, it's just used for cows. It's not like I'm going to shut down a grain situation here.
Okay. Question from Deputy Reeve Milhoff, and then I'll go to Councillor Northcott.
Thank you, Reeve. Range Road 7.3 Alpha looks like it's going to be the access point for your driveway. And this may come with referrals, so I apologize if I'm ahead of it. What is the traffic impact going to look like on that on that municipal range road? What's your expected traffic?
Well, the most of the traffic would just be on like Sunday morning. Literally on Sunday morning, type of thing. They do have mass sometimes on a first Friday, on Saturday at night, type of thing after 6 o'clock. But it's mostly Sunday morning, where like I said, and as far as road, it's a flat strip that runs through there. There's a driveway going into Doug Smith's. Would only be 150, 175 feet pretty well from his driveway. So.
Roughly how many people would you be expecting at a gathering?
Well, on a Saturday?
Well, on your mass day, just so we can have an idea of the traffic impact on the municipal infrastructure.
Sunday morning, there's about 250 to 300 persons, but not going to be that many vehicles. There's half kids. Yeah, literally, because the average family goes there is anywhere from 6 to 11 children. So, like I said, it's not like they're all driving.
Fair enough. Thank you.
And Councillor Northcott, please.
Alrighty, thank you. Good morning again to everybody. I guess a lot of people would probably consider that as if it was cattle pasture, that they'd be lucky, in comparison to a lot of the previous droughts that we've had and stuff like that, and that some of the information that I've read for Alberta is the largest cattle producing province in Canada, so that really would be a valuable piece of property for raising beef. It's, you'll see everything. I've only been here for just a little bit over a year, but yeah, you always see new stuff. So I'm just curious what the need for the move from the current location of your current church to why you would want to move to the rural landscape.
Do you know where the old church is?
No.
Okay. It's two stories high. So right now we've got, you have 3 masses, and there's people upstairs on the main floor, and the people downstairs are watching a TV set.
It's overcrowded.
Yeah.
Shouldn't have that many people in there.
Well, theoretically speaking, yes. But like I said, because we've got them downstairs, and there's, like I said, safety-wise, there's 2 emergency doors downstairs and 3 upstairs, so that's not.
There's enough exits, but there still shouldn't be that many people in the church. But that's all we have.
We're overpopulated. And like I said, parking in the street, some of the neighbors get a little excited because at 7 o'clock in the morning, that's all you hear is doors going bang, bang, bang. But, and if we're not a rich parish, okay? So we can't afford town prices. We can't even dream about afford prices, the town prices. And the family is willing to give the church a piece of property, just literally out of their hearts, give it to them with a full title that they own it, type of thing. We won't have any say in it, type of thing. But it's just like I said, we're overpopulated. And a lot of those children that we got today, of those families, like I said, they're not going to the big cities. There's a lot of 34-year-old kids back home again, if you know what I mean. So they and their children are all growing, and they're starting to have children now too. So like I said, it's doing nothing but growing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I understand the challenges that many churches face now, and it's nice to have a challenge where you have too many people for your existing facilities, so I appreciate that. I'm going to go down the line here. Councillor Ratcliffe, then Councillor Cermak, and then Councillor Swanson.
Thank you, Reeve. It's good to hear you're growing. Do you see this facility becoming a community center for your congregation where there would be, you know, activities through the day, through the week, other than just a service?
No, yeah, well, it'll be in the far future, I think, because we're gonna be scraping to build the church the first time, and it can't have a basement because because the ground temple.
Yeah.
So eventually, I will say there will be a hall because of marriages and so on and so forth. You know, for
Probably a
receptions.
hall with an addition for the priest to stay in while he's out here.
Okay, thank you.
But right now, they'll be staying in, if that happens, like I said, for the first couple of years, they'll more likely still be staying in the prior year in town, so.
And Councillor Cermak, please.
Thank you. I really do appreciate you coming here and telling us about this. I think it's a great idea for a church. I personally am not happy with the acreage size. Our bylaw says that 10 acres. I go around the community here in the county. I don't see many churches on more than about 2 or 3 acres. I have a problem with 17. I would like to see about 10. I don't know what your opinion on that is, but that's my opinion.
Well, that was my first thought too. I didn't even know it was gonna be 17, so. I'll talk to the family about that, because like I said, I didn't even know that, because I was expecting the 10 too also.
Councillor Swanson, please.
Well, we do have to remember that 2.5 of that 17 is a road. So, you know, when you start taking that off and making those allowances, that I can see why 17.3 is being considered. I guess for me, I would like to maybe see a concept plan as far as, you know, how you would arrange things on that particular property. And I drive by that property every day, and it is lowland, so thank you that you're not considering a basement, so with that. But I'd be pleased to make the motion that we consider, or that we grant first reading for this bylaw and proceed to a public hearing.
Thank you for that motion. Additional comments relating to that motion? Councillor Northcott, please.
Maybe have one more question for planning, if that's okay. Was it researched, or are there, I know that sometimes there are maybe aging infrastructure, aging halls or things like that, or there's maybe now empty, you know, where there maybe previously have been a hall, but are there any areas in that, like, are there any current subdivided lands that are close in that proximity that already maybe were previously used for something but now vacant, where this maybe would be a better fit to utilize something that was, you know, ideal. Sorry if I didn't get that out clear.
I'm not sure if the church association looked into that, but I'm not aware of any off the top of my head currently, Councillor Northcott.
Okay. Thanks.
And Deputy Reeve Milhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm looking forward to the circulated referral information that will be coming back and giving the community an opportunity to do a public hearing. And in doing so, I'll be supporting first reading.
Okay. Additional comments, questions? Seeing none, I will call that question. All those in favor? And those opposed? That would be carried. So we will be moving into the referral and ultimately a public hearing relating to this. Thank you very much for coming in and joining us today and answering our questions. I appreciate it, and I wish you a Merry Christmas as well. So again, thank you.
And thank you, folks, and thank you for understanding.
We'll see you in the new year.
Yeah. All right. And you'll all have a message.
Thank you for that. So we have our planning staff available here, so let's move forward on the next bylaw application, if we could, item 6.2. And that is first reading of bylaw 1131/22 for application number 11/2022 to amend the land use bylaw. And this, I believe, is one that Clearwater County is bringing forward, so I'll turn it across.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Council. Yes, so this is Clearwater County coming forward with proposed redesignation for the hamlet of Nordegg. Tracy, I think, is just working on getting us a picture here. Maybe, yeah, maybe the air photo or page 6 of my report. One of the two should be good. There's a few photos in there. Okay, I will start out here. So Clearwater County presently holds title to the unsubdivided portion of the hamlet of Nordegg and Plan 1323535 Block 3, Lot 19 and 20 within the historic town center. So the proposal is to redesignate 7.51 acres of the above mentioned lands, approximately 1.07 of those acres of the land to be redesignated to the Nordegg Historic Core Commercial, which would be the yellow ones on this picture, and then approximately 6.43 acres being redesignated to the Nordegg Mixed Use Residence Resort Commercial District. So pending the outcome of the land use amendment, Clearwater County is proposing to subdivide the lands to create 29 fully serviced mixed-use residential lots and 6 fully serviced commercial retail lots. So this phase of development would also include the creation of the road Lily Avenue and an extension of Center Street. This proposed redesignation is in line with the Nordegg Development Plan update, which was adopted by Council on September 14th, 2021. Map 8 from the Nordegg Development Plan update has been included in your agenda package for your reference, so it kind of shows the proposed land use in that from the plan. Therefore, this application is to rezone a portion of the subject lands to Nordegg Historic Core Commercial and Nordegg Mixed Use Residence Resort Commercial for the creation of these lots as shown on Schedule A of the proposed bylaw. So there's a few policies from Clearwater County's Municipal Development Plan that I've included in your document. Some of the ones I'll go over here is 7.2.1, Clearwater County encourages site and development improvements within hamlets to enhance the amenity and livability of the hamlets. 7.2.2, Clearwater County encourages infill and redevelopment within hamlets for uses that strengthen the social and economic fabric. 7.2.3, development in and around hamlets should continue to promote the compact nature of hamlets, including by utilizing appropriately sized small lots. 7.2.6, Clearwater County encourages the development of a range of locally appropriate housing types within hamlets in accordance with an adopted area structure plan or outline plan, or like the Nordic Development Plan, to help meet the various lifestyle, social, and income requirements of the county residents. MDP policy 7.2.9, Clearwater County will continue to promote tourism-oriented development that enhances Nordegg as a year-round destination point. And there's some other policies there. So Clearwater County's land use bylaw 13.433, Nordegg mixed-use residence resort commercial. The purpose of this district is to accommodate and regulate the development of a mix of low-density residential uses and small-scale resort accommodations in buildings that resemble historical single-family dwelling. And the Nordegg Historic Core Commercial, the general purpose of this district is to establish a pedestrian-friendly town center commercial area in Nordegg. So for the policy considerations, the main purpose of this application is to rezone a total of 7.51 acres between the two properties from A to NMUR and NHC for the purpose of creating 29 fully serviced mixed-use residential lots and 6 fully serviced commercial retail lots in the town center of the hamlet of Nordegg. The size of the proposed parcels meet the acceptable lot sizes as set out in the county's land use bylaw for each applicable district. The proposal also meets the outline plans within the Nordegg Development Plan update. Adjacent landowners and agencies will receive an opportunity to comment on the proposal during referral stage of this process. So our recommendation is that council consider granting first reading to bylaw 113122 and proceed to a public hearing. And that's it for me. It's a quick one. So if you guys have questions, so this is just the next phase of the downtown core residential development now that we've sold all the lots on Elizabeth Avenue. And then there's just some of the core commercial lots, an extension of that downtown area being rezoned as well. So yeah. If you have any questions for me?
Sure. Any questions for Ms. Gillen? We'll start with Deputy Reeve Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm very excited to see this stuff come through. That another step closer to getting those lots sold. And I know that previously we were waiting on TIAs for some of the stuff in the area.
Yeah, Alberta Transportation. We've the TIA and it's been submitted to Alberta Transportation. We are still waiting to hear back from them whether they are okay with it or if they have any amendments or anything like that. They required that at the stage for the other commercial lots for that area. So it's in relation to any of the growth we have going on there, kind of certain phases. And so yeah, we're just waiting to hear back from them to finalize that subdivision, because that subdivision hasn't been completed yet because we're waiting on that TIA, and it'll be applicable for this subdivision as well. So if they approve that, it'll be okay to move forward with this as well.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Please.
You kind of already answered it, being that the same TIA will be able to follow through the entire development. Mm-hmm. Perhaps this is more needed for strategic planning, and correct me if I am off on a strategic planning tangent. When we build like Nordegg development plans, et cetera, and they are adopted, mm-hmm. Is it still the process that this has to come every single time, or can that be a blanket? Because the development plan was
the development plan is just kind of like outline plans, development plan, ASPs are kind of like what we intend for how Nordegg should develop, but we still have to actually rezone the property to the applicable zoning that we are wanting it to be at the time we're ready to actually go ahead and develop that. So, like even with the manufactured home parks, we proposed stuff, but they had moved those and things like that, right, from the Nordegg development plan. So we have to rezone the properties to what we actually intend to subdivide and build them as. The plan is just where we think the appropriate things should go, and adjustments can be made to that plan and to this. But we have to rezone each section as we're kind of ready to actually go forward with that development. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you so much, and thank you guys for speeding up this subdivision. I know that it wasn't supposed to be on the books until a few years from now. So kudos to administration for able to put the gas on this project.
I would just comment that it seems like an almost ideal fit for the Nordegg mixed-use residence resort commercial district.
It's very wordy, yeah.
I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you. Yes, I'm pleased to see this happening at this schedule. And I would like to make the motion that council grant first reading of bylaw 1131/22.
Thank you for that. And Councillor Swanson?
I just want to confirm with Deputy Reeve Melhoff that the gas on the project is hopefully coming next year as well, right?
Right, absolutely.
Okay.
Keep going.
And I agree with Councillor Ratcliffe. I fully support this motion.
Okay. I'm just gonna signal Councillor Graham if she has any feedback at all before I call the motion.
I do not have any feedback, Gerald.
Thank you, and I feel sorry to bug you, but I do want to make sure you have an opportunity to be included as well. With that, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Takes us down, I believe, to item 6.3, and that is a road closure application. And I believe Mr. Bisson is handling that, so I want to give him time to rejoin us. I see him
Coming.
coming.
We went too fast. I spoke too quick.
I know. Tracy, you have a comment?
I'm sorry, Reeve Lahid, I didn't catch who made that last motion.
That was Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you.
So with that, we've been rejoined by Mr. Bisson, and I'll turn the floor across to him for item 6.3, and that is a road closure application of Road Plan 4719Y. And the Y is the letter Y, not Y. So I'll turn that across to Mr. Bisson, please.
All right, so attached is an application to close a portion of Road Plan 4719Y, a developed road plan lying between two properties, being Plan 972-3235, Block 1, Lot 1, and the remainder of the Southeast 24-39-5 west of the 5th. The subject land is located about 3/4 of a mile southeast of the hamlet of Leslieville. The applicants are in the process of finalizing a consolidation, which was done under subdivision application 213593, approved by the Municipal Planning Commission in June of 2022. As they prepare their final survey to complete their conditional approval, they were advised to consolidate a portion of road plan 4719Y that lies between the residential parcel and the remainder of the quarter, at the same time as they register the subdivision. Should this be approved, approximately 1.66 acres of road would be consolidated with the remainder of the Southeast 24-39-5. This road is developed to a municipal standard, but is only used by the property owners as a private driveway to their properties. The road was originally created to provide access to Plan 972-3235, Block 1, Lot 1. Now that the residential parcel is being consolidated back into the quarter, the access is no longer needed. Clearwater County Public Works Infrastructure Department had no objection in the consideration of closing that portion of the road plan. In order to close this road plan, a resolution process is followed. The application is referred to applicable government agencies, utility companies, and adjacent landowners. The application is then presented to County Council for decision. There is no requirement for a public hearing or consent from adjacent landowners due to the location of the adjacent road allowances. If the resolution is passed, the application is sent to Alberta Transportation for ministerial approval. Alberta Transportation will prepare the documentation and notify the register necessary to transfer the road to the appropriate owners. So it is staff's recommendation that council approves the closure of a part of road plan described in the survey plan that council determines is no longer a use for the traveling public in accordance with section 24 of the MGA. Thank you.
All right, any questions on this item? Deputy Reeve Milhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Very pleased to see this come forward. I know this was something that we identified as being needed. The municipality will obviously still be responsible for the Range Road, or is it Township? It's Range Road, right? And this just seems like a very logical next step. I would be happy to make the motion that council approves the closure of a part of road described in a surveyed road plan that council determines is no longer a use for the traveling public in accordance to section 24 of the Municipal Government Act, RSA 2000, chapter M-26 as amended.
Thank you. Any additional thoughts or questions here? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in, oh, sorry.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Merry Christmas to council and staff. I'm Bob Hagsma, Alberta Land Surveyor. I'm doing the subdivision for Bexons. And there is one thing that I'm not sure you're addressing here or not, because there are two road plans that need closing. There's that portion of road plan 4719Y, and then if we put the photo back up there, there's a little bulb at the end of it, and when I did the subdivision 972-3235, I had to create a portion of road for that as well. So that should also be, I think, included in this road closure application.
Would you be able to identify where that would be on this map?
Yeah.
Right at the...
That little bulb up there.
Right in there. I think Tracy has a hand sitting on that right now.
Is that not?
It's not part of that.
Is that not identified in
No,
this?
that's not part of 4719Y. That's part of plan 972-3235.
Okay.
Is it possible to amend this closure to include that, or is that something we have to bring back at a later date?
We should be able to amend that, I believe, based on.
I can't see a problem with that.
Okay, I do see where you're talking about.
Yeah.
It's just this little spot here.
Because we are consolidating 972-3235, the lot 1 already, so it's disappearing, but the road portion that we created, you see it? Yes.
I don't see a reason that.
It's the plan number of the parcel.
972.
It appears as though in having had the benefit of, I'll go to Councillor or Deputy Reeve Milhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I would like to amend my motion to include plan the section of the 972 included in my motion. Is that what you're saying it's called? 9723235 block 1 lot 1?
Nope.
Just the road section.
Yeah. Plan road.
Okay, plan 9723235 road included in my motion. Ms. Hyatt, is that? Ms. Haight, sorry. That's what I get for reading it instead of just saying the name. Was that amendment captured?
Okay. So for clarity, we're including this very small bump on the end of this road. Deputy Reeve, Councillor Northcott, please.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say thank you to Mr. Hagsma for bringing that to light. And if I was just to, in simple terms, I would assume that the road was originally surveyed, constructed, and then later on thought, hey, we don't have a turnaround. And then there was another survey plan that was allowed a turnaround there at the end of that road. Would that be okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Haight?
So if we could just have a motion to amend, and if that is carried, then a motion specifying the amendment.
Sure, thank you very much. So first motion will be a motion to amend the original.
And I think because
Motion.
I made that motion, somebody else needs to motion to amend, or can I make the amendment motion? Okay, I would motion to amend my first motion to include Plan 9723235 road.
Okay. So further discussion on the amendment.
To amend my first amendment.
So Councillor Swanson, please.
So the way I understand is we just make a motion to amend first, if we allow the amendment, and then the next motion will be the addition. So there's two motions yet to come.
Two.
Is way I understand.
Okay,
Well,
but I'll motion to amend my motion, and then I'll do the amendment motion.
Okay. We want to follow process.
Yeah, due process. So motion to amend the original motion.
So do we have clarity? Does council have clarity on what we're doing now? We're amending, voting on an amendment to the first motion. Okay. All right. All those in favor? Woohoo, that's carried.
Having motioned to amend my motion, I would like to include the amendment that is Plan 9723235 to my original motion.
Thank you for that. Additional questions? I'm going to be devil's advocate here. With the closure of this road, is there adequate space? Like the reason that one bulb or that little bulb used to be there probably was to allow a grader to turn around or snowplow trucks or something like that. With our road allowance that's there, are we hooped with getting our graders or our plowing equipment turned around at the end of this road then?
So this application package was referred to Public Works, and they had no objection to the proposal as it was. They didn't make any comments regarding the turnaround.
Super. That sounds great. I'll call them. Oh, sorry, Mr. Hagsma, did you have anything to add?
No, I believe not. Dustin answered it quite well.
Okay.
It just makes me happy that I've been able to bring several proposals to council here lately, and they've all been sensible.
Okay. Thank you for that. We hope to be sensible.
No, I'm being sensible. Sometimes I'm not.
Ultimately, I shall call the motion then. All those in favor? And Sydney, I don't know if you're out there. But she did click yes. I missed it. Sorry.
And then my original motion that's now amended. Do
Okay.
I need to officially restate that motion, my original motion, now as amended?
I don't.
Because we voted on the amendment, now do we need to vote on the original
No,
motion?
we just voted on the amended motion, did we not?
Okay.
That's correct.
Just confirming
Would
that I didn't miss a step.
Would that change your vote?
No, I'm just
Okay,
confirming
good.
we didn't miss a step and that we wouldn't have to come back and do it again.
Well, great. Thank you very much. Yeah, and thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
And Merry Christmas.
Yeah, Merry Christmas to you all.
Item 6.4, that would be adoption of terms of reference for the Condor and Leslieville Area Structure Plan Steering Committee.
Yeah, sorry, wordy, another wordy thing. I like to just make you jumble up your words.
I just love to take those acronyms and stretch them out, so.
Tracy, I brought copies, should I? Oh, you've got some, okay, okay.
I think we,
Okay.
at least I have a copy.
Yeah, I made it fancier.
Sure,
DJ.
so if you'd like to
right.
introduce that, Ms. Gillum, that would be terrific.
Thank you. Gotta get the right thing going here. All right. Good morning again. So, the process for creating the Condor and Leslieville ASPs has begun, as we had previously mentioned. And so in the new year, staff and InvizTech, our consultants, we would like to create a steering committee of community members from Condor and Leslieville and one council member to help guide the direction of the development of the ASP documents. The terms of reference I have an updated draft that I've provided to you guys, just mostly makes it look a little bit prettier and just some slight changes there. But the terms of reference gives a brief description of the committee and what an ASP should include, the objective of the committee, the responsibility of the members, the composition requirements of the committee, and the process for how the meetings will be run. Staff and InvizTech are proposing the committee be made up of 1 counselor, 1 alternate counselor, 2 business owners, and 4 members of the public. This group is big enough to get a variety of input while still being small enough to manage schedules and facilitate discussions. Staff developed a simple matrix to select members if there is significant interest in being on the committee. This matrix will help narrow down the best candidates for the committee. Staff and InvizTech are asking that council allow staff to make the selections for the committee from the applications received in the interest of time. This would be the most efficient process to create the committee in January and have our first meeting shortly thereafter. Council appointment of these members is still required. So essentially, we would go through, we're going to put a call out for applications if you approve the terms of reference, and then we'll go through those call for applications, and then we'll review. If we have more than the number of people that we have asked to fill the committee, then we will use the matrix to try to narrow down who will be on that committee. And then we'll bring that back to council for adoption of those members, and then at that time, a council, I guess, would select which member they would prefer to be on that committee as a council member, and then an alternate, if I'm correct, Tracy? Yeah, so if you have any questions about what I've put in there, oops, oh goodness. I just realized an error. I accidentally have something in there from the, because I've used the IT format, and the one thing in responsibilities is the IT thing. And I did not change that. Somehow it got carried over or got missed. I don't know what happened there.
Can you maybe point out?
I changed it, but something happened.
Okay.
Anyways, on the responsibilities, I changed something, but something didn't work when I changed it, or I didn't save it, I guess. So it says IT manager, but that is not correct. So maybe look at your previous draft, because that would be the right one. Something, I didn't delete that one sentence, so it just said should meet throughout the process. So ignore that first sentence of number 1 responsibility. So something did not get deleted in this copy. I apologize.
The one in our packages is correct.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just that
I
one.
see
That one sentence. Something didn't carry over right. I just realized
the
that.
difference there.
My apologies.
Okay. Deputy Reeve Milhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. My only concern, this great work. My only concern is that Condor and Leslieville are represented by 2 different municipal councillors. And does this group feel that only having 1 councillor sitting on this committee, would that be adequately serving this committee?
I guess comments around that. Councillor Swanson, please.
I struggled with that same kind of point of view, but I do believe because we have an alternate, like there is an opportunity for the alternate to stay informed, I'll just say with this, but really for 4 meetings is what you are anticipating, 4 meetings. I'm okay with having 1 counselor because I believe this needs to be grassroots driven. So having 2 business owners and local people from the hamlets on it, I think that's fine. My biggest thing was because of the planning nature, I guess my thoughts were I don't think representation of councillors who are also on the MPC should be on this. Just they will create a bit of a bias because they have that. So for me it's just if you're on MPC, maybe you not be a part of this, but this would only be to me it would either be Reeve Lougheed or Councillor Graham on this particular one. So anyways, and the Reeve may want to recuse himself, which I totally understand.
And you know, definitely, I'll just comment right now so there's clarity. Definitely, I won't be involved in this committee. And, you know, I mean, there is some potential that I could be involved with the Leslieville committee, but I believe that concept of overlap would be there, and I would feel just as conflicted with suggestions around committee work there, so I will certainly be recusing myself or eliminate, or not putting my name forward to sit on that committee, I'll put it that way. So it will have to be drawn from the remainder of council.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. It was brought to our attention at a previous meeting, I can't even remember which one it was, I apologize, after the group, like the town halls that you guys did in Condor and Leslieville, that perhaps Condor didn't want to be a growth hamlet. Is that something we're leaving in the hands of this committee, or is that something that we should be addressing ahead of time and then not potentially spending the dollars to build a full-on area structure plan for a community that does not wish to be said growth hamlet?
That one's a bit tricky because yes, some of the community members, like not all community members, but some of the community members aren't necessarily in favor of the growth of the hamlet. But the thing is, we have to plan for the future, and if we don't want to have lots of subdivisions in our agricultural land, we have to plan for where we could do that development and grow our community in some of the smaller communities. The hamlets are good places to do that. Condor and Leslieville are good places to do that because they have some services in place already versus some of the other hamlets. And to be fair, nobody lives forever. So this is planning for, like, it's true. So we are planning for the future. So these plans kind of just set it up for the future, for other future developments or future in the area if other people want to come in. So in this case, even though we're planning for this plan, like Mr. Lougheed has property adjacent to there, he would have to be willing to sell that property for it to go forward, and a developer would have to come in and be willing to develop something in Condor. So just because we're creating this plan does not mean that anything is even going to happen. But we're prepared so that if a developer does come in, they know where this community would like commercial development to go, residential development to go, how they want to see their community change if it does change. So they have a little bit control over that. But I mean, it's not just the community members in Condor, but the surrounding area, like families or people that want to stay in the area. Living in a hamlet lot in Condor may be more feasible than living on a quarter section or an acreage property. And so it can possibly keep people in our community or bring people back to our community. But having development within hamlet versus all throughout the county as well. So it's just another way of trying to encourage development in our county.
Absolutely, and with having members from the community on those steering committees, they'll be able to voice their thoughts along on this during this process.
Correct. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you.
And I'll just make one comment here, and I'll look down to see where my sidewalk is, but I will make one comment that I wouldn't want to take one quick snapshot as being a quick snapshot in the winter of a community's discontent as being, you know, really a long-term planning type. It's truly a long-term planning exercise. Yes. So, you know, there are moments from time to time that a community is less enthusiastic about growth than other times. So we want to make sure we have a good plan moving forward and an accurate snapshot of where the community sees themselves. So I think that's what this process will allow. Yes. Councillor Northcott, please.
Excellent. I like the, I think it's great to give the residents the opportunity to be able to sit on the committee and also to business owners. But I do have one question maybe for administration. If it was comprised of a councillor, I guess my question is for the alternate members that sit on boards and committees, is it normal practice, I guess, for the alternate member to attend the meetings, or is the alternate, would they normally attend in the absence of the appointed member?
And I think Mr. Emmons is trying to light up over there. So.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Councillor Northcott, it truly puts it in the alternate's wishes, if I may. In my career, I've seen both. It depends how well informed the alternate wants to stay engaged, be on the ready to step in, so to speak, or have the conversation after. I've definitely seen it play out both ways, where the alternates attended, sat on the sidelines, or just been there in absence of the main member. So
I've never really actually, it could almost just be two appointed members, or yeah. It's for clarity. Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're more than welcome. And if I may wind it back a little bit, to also add to Kim's response to Deputy Reeve Milhoff. In my past, we actually had a developer that was interested and ready to build and invest in Condor, but the lack of an area structure plan actually inhibited the process, took more time, and actually cost that development. So just winding history back a little bit.
Thank you.
Welcome.
And Councillor Swanson, please.
Just to reiterate CEO Emmons about the alternate. In my point of view, in this regard, it's the alternate, again, it's a choice, but the alternate is a non-voting member. So they can be there, but they're not voting. They're not part of that final decision. So that's the way I see an alternate attending a meeting per se, or attending a committee meeting. I would be pleased to adopt the terms of reference for the Condor Leslieville ASP Steering Committee.
Okay.
Sydney had her hand up.
Oh, sorry. Councillor Graham, please.
I was just going to say that I would be interested in sitting on this committee when we get to that point.
Thank you, Councillor Graham. I think we'll be able to, I'm sure with the depth within our council, we'll be able to find an alternate and a number of appointments to that committee as well. So I'm confident of that. Any additional questions around this motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Would we be looking to appoint a counselor to that now, or do we do that when we do the committee appointments, like at the same time as we do committee appointments for this committee, or do we appoint a counselor now? Like, do you need a motion to appoint a counselor, or do we wait? It can be done when we do the committee appointments? Okay, thank you for the confirmation.
I think that makes sense.
Sure we weren't
No,
missing
that makes sense. Thank you very much for that.
Okay. Thank you.
I think we'll, if possible, let's, maybe sorry? 7.1? Oh, okay, absolutely. Let's go to item 7.1 then, please. That's bylaw 1035/22. And just bear with me as I skip forward through my file here. And this, Mr. Emmons, I see your light is there, so please go ahead.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. So 7.1, bylaw 1035-22, pertaining to council committees. The staff recommendation before council today that council considers granting first, second, and permission for third reading of bylaw 1035/22 for the purpose of establishing council committees. Upon review of the council committee's bylaw 1081/19, it's determined that the new bylaw is required to accurately reflect Clearwater County's current committees. Attached is bylaw 1035/22 for council's consideration. Notable changes are removal of the Pest and Weed Control Appeal Board, no longer compliant with current legislation, new board to be established in the spring of 2023. Council Compensation Committee, dissolved, previous council term, and the Internet Broadband Committee, dissolved, and a new committee established by separate bylaw 1120, and addition of the Leslieville and Condor Area Structure Plans Steering Committee. And attached to this agenda is the bylaws for council's review.
Councillor or Deputy Reeve Milhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. When I was going through everything, it looks great. It looks like it's obviously needed in order to make sure that we are in compliance with our own bylaws, and I'd be happy to grant first reading.
Okay. Additional comments, questions? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor of first reading? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Suggestion is then we would move to second reading unless there were other questions relating to that. Would there be a motion for second reading? Councillor Swanson.
I will pass, we grant second reading to the bylaw 1035/22.
Okay. Additional comments, questions? Call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. I also look to permission for third reading. Anybody willing to make that motion? And Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I would make the motion requesting permission for third reading.
Okay. Further discussion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. And again, anybody willing to make a motion for third reading? Councillor Swan, or I don't know who is quickest to the button here. Councillor Cermak wins the race.
I will make that motion to move third reading to the bylaw 1035-22 to proceed.
Thank you for that. Any additional comments, questions? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you all very much for that. Now we can circle back, if we can, to the Strategic Planning Committee recommendations for the 2023 budget. And I believe Ms. Serhan or Mr. Hagan will be dealing with this item. And again, I would reference that there is the opportunity here for anybody that was concerned about a conflict to step out in an appropriate spot as well. So.
Good morning again, Council. Attached to the agenda item are the operating reports, as Reeve Lougheed has indicated, separated out. These recommendations have been broke down to enable individual councillors to abstain from voting for any of the programs or projects that they feel may be perceived as a conflict of interest or that influencing the decisions on these programs or projects could result in personal gain. We did break out them, the reports are broken out by programs. So there's the day labor operating projects, the operating budget less the day labor and less the broadband operating, the gravel road rehab project, the capital less the gravel road rehab and less the broadband capital. And then there's also a report for the capital projects by funding source. That's the overall, just so that you can see the funding source for each of the capital projects moving forward in 2023. The funding sources of $108,404,537 include tax revenue, transfers from restricted surplus, other revenues, and you can see that the funds are funding programs and projects totaling that same amount. Operating less the amortization, because amortization is not funded. Capital projects, future projects into restricted surplus, and payment of long-term debt. I've also broken apart tax revenue and what it's being allocated to, as well as the transfers from restricted surplus, what that is funding, what the other revenues are funding. And all of the totals would match that 4-year financial plan that was discussed during the first budget item. Any questions regarding the reports or motions?
Councillor Cermak, please.
On the funding source, you just got other revenues of $19,726,439. What are the other revenues?
It's quite a lot of different things, but mostly grant revenue. There's some interest income, some rental income, permitting fees, licensing fees, sale of goods, anything other than tax revenue and transfers from restricted surplus.
Yeah, I see that it says broadband operation, 200, capital projects, 11 million, but it says other operating programs of 7 million. That's what you just said.
Yes, that
Okay.
would be, there's some operating grants, there's some funding from parks for the fire services that is managed by Clearwater County, there's interest income, there's sale of goods like the chemical sales.
Yep. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Deputy Reeve Milhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I truly do thank the extensive amount of time that staff gave us at the beginning of December to go through these programs line by line and help us to understand those programs better. I am comfortable with the questions that have been asked and the different restrictions, particularly around the concerns that I had around rec that have been put in place while we are funding those programs. We're waiting for some more information before fully committing to them. So I am comfortable in making the motion that council approves Clearwater County's 2023 operating budget for programs that encompass culverts, approaches, summer graveling, winter graveling, and Nordegg operations for a total of $2.682819 being funded through tax revenue of the same amount.
Thank you for that. And Councillor Graham has her hand up. Would I be assumed that, sorry, Sydney?
I will be recusing myself for this vote, Reeve Lougheed.
Thank you, Councillor Graham. I understand you're recusing yourself from this item. Thank you. Questions around this first motion? We will be going through, I believe, 5 individual motions today to approve this budget. So any further discussion on this item? I will call the question then. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Would take us, I believe, to the second one. I will go to Councillor Swanson.
Echo the same sentiments as Deputy Reeve Milhoff, and I'd be pleased to make the second motion of that council approves the balance of the Clearwater County 2023 operating budget, excluding programs of culvert approaches, summer graveling, winter graveling, Nordegg operations, broadband operations for a total of $43,843,604 being funded through the tax revenue of $32,028,942 and other revenue of $7,659,889 and the surplus restricted surplus of $4,154,774 and a budget of $22 million for amortization being unfunded.
Thank you for that. And I believe Councillor Graham will probably be rejoining us. Is that correct, Sydney, if you're within earshot? Thumbs up. Thank you very much for that. Questions, and we'll go to Councillor Cermak first, and then I'll go to Councillor Northcock.
Does gravel road rehabilitation, is that in this group? Or is it excluded?
This is excluded in this particular motion.
Okay. When it comes up, I will excuse myself.
I hear you, and I'll be looking for that as well. Thank you. Councillor Northcock.
Thank you. For this item here, I did, I suppose just with the economic times that we're in, and I know even in the committee meetings, I'd sort of mentioned a few of the concerns that I had, not really to remove any of the programs or projects, but maybe to postpone them for a year or so, just with a sense of cautiousness, I suppose. But yeah, I did have those comments and stuff when we had the committee meeting there previously, but I just wanted to echo that again right now.
So am I sensing that you may not be voting in favor of this particular motion? Is that what I'm gathering from that?
Excellent. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's correct.
Well, thank you for expressing your reasons. I appreciate that. Deputy Reeve Milhoff, please.
Just to confirm, this is the operating budget. The capital is still to come. So this is the motion on operating.
Okay. And Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
And I guess this comment is more for the Broadband Committee. I've had a few calls and consulted with some people in Division 5, and there is strong opposition to the broadband operating budget coming out of taxes.
I believe this motion excludes broadband operations. Am I correct in that? That this particular motion is exclusive of broadband? So just for clarity there.
Correct. The broadband operations motion was in the agenda item that Director Hagan brought forward. So this is excluding the broadband operations.
And I appreciate the staff has been very careful to create the opportunities for people that may feel conflicted to step out. So I'm looking at, it's the second or the first paragraph on page 54.
Yes.
And I said it is. I will read it, and I think it's what Councillor Swanson put forward, that council approves the balance of the Clearwater County's 2023 operating budget, excluding the programs of culvert, approach, summer graveling, winter graveling, Nordegg operations, and broadband operations for a total of $43,843,604, and that's being funded through tax revenue of $32,028,942. Other revenue of $7,659,889, and restricted surplus of $4,154,774, and a budget of $22 million for amortization being unfunded. So I hope there's some clarity now there. Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
My apologies, I skipped the word excluding on that list.
Easy enough done.
Let's proceed.
There's a lot of paper here. Okay, any additional questions on this motion? Seeing none, I will call this question. All those in favor? And those opposed? That would be carried. Thank you. That takes us down to the third motion. And I would just, Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I would happily make the motion. The council approves Clearwater County's 2023 gravel rehab capital project of $4,926,000 funded through tax revenue.
And I believe Councillor Cermak is recusing himself from this item, and Sydney has her hand up. I would assume that would be a similar action. Sydney would just...
Yeah, I would like to recuse myself as well, please.
Well, thank you very much for that. We'll give a few seconds, and then we'll have additional questions here relating to this motion before us. Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Thank you very much for going into detail this morning with regards to how that gravel program is being funded and why it's being funded through tax revenue. That was very clear and concise, and I appreciated it.
Welcome.
Okay. Any additional comments, questions? I will call this motion then. All those in favor? And those opposed? That would be carried. Thank you. Takes us to the fourth potential motion.
Do we need to bring Brian?
Yes, we should. I think this one could potentially exclude, well, it does exclude gravel road and broadband. So I think everybody, I believe, if they indicate how they've indicated in the past, would be able to rejoin us.
We can be a full party again.
Welcome back, everyone, and we move on to the fourth potential motion here. Would anybody be willing to make that? Councillor Swanson, please.
Make a motion that council approves the balance of the Clearwater County's 2023 capital budget, excluding gravel road rehab and broadband capital funding of $49,777,675, being funded by $2,059,800 of tax revenue, $11,810,550 of other capital revenues, and $35,909,325 being funded through restricted surplus.
Thank you for that. Additional comments, questions?
I just want to confirm that was $2,057,800 of tax revenue?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. I can say by practical experience it is somewhat of a tongue twister.
Yes.
So. All right, any additional questions, comments around this motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? That would be carried. And that brings us to the fifth potential motion. Would anybody be willing to make that? Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. The council approves Clearwater County's 2023 budgeted restricted surplus transfers of $4,899,100 and debt payment of $416,738 being funded through tax revenue.
Okay. Additional questions, comments around this motion? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? And I guess that's carried. Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of this item, I believe, unless Ms. Sirhan has something to add.
That's everything. I just appreciate all the work that's gone into this year, and both by council and staff to bring an approved budget for 2023. Really appreciate it, and look forward to spending a lot of time on 2024's budget next year in like 2 weeks. So see you then.
And again, thank you so much for all the work. I know this one has been a marathon, and I appreciate the efforts done. With that, let's take a 10-minute break and be back for 11:30, please. Welcome back, everyone, after our short recess. We have a really positive moment today in our agenda, and I would like to welcome some guests to our council chamber today. We're joined by our MP, Mr. Gerald Soroka. Welcome today, and we're also joined by Jim Duncan and Cammie Laird. And actually, although I know you are very familiar with who we are, we'll perhaps just go around the table very quickly for introductions of council.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor. It's very nice to see you.
Good morning, welcome, thank you for joining us this morning. Jenny Melhoff, Division 1 Councillor and Deputy Reeve.
Daryl Lougheed, Councillor for Division 3, and Reeve, welcome.
Good morning and welcome. Neil Ratcliffe, Councillor for Division 5. I started to feel unwell, so I thought the mask was appropriate.
Welcome. Brian Cermak, Division 6, Councillor.
Hello, Merry Christmas. Michelle Swanson, Division 7.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Merry Christmas. Rick Emmons, CAO.
And I would also mention that Sydney Graham is attending, our Councillor Sydney Graham from Division 2 is attending via Zoom today, feeling a little under the weather, but wanted to be here in the virtual sense. So welcome today. I may turn the floor across to Mr. Emmons first, just for a little bit of background information on this item, and then I'm sure we will hear from our delegation.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. So this year marks the 70th anniversary of Her Majesty the Queen Elizabeth II's ascension to the throne. As Canada's longest serving monarch, the Queen personified the traits of public service, dedication, and sacrifice. In celebration of this historic milestone, 2 limited edition emblems were created as certificates of recognition to exemplary community leaders. Queen Elizabeth II Platinum Jubilee Pin. Each member of Parliament was provided with 70 pins to distribute to the community members who have shown a commitment to making their lives of their neighbors better and who have demonstrated exceptional service and dedication in support of the community. A call for nominations took place earlier this year, and nominations were given to an independent, non-political panel of judges who determined the recipients. Deputy Reeve Melhoff and Clearwater County resident Cammie Laird were selected as recipients to this prestigious award and will be presented with the Queen's Jubilee pin at today's meeting by Gerald Soroka, Yellowhead Member of Parliament. Queen Elizabeth II Platinum Jubilee Alberta Medal. This commemorative medal is awarded to 7,000 Albertans throughout 2022 in recognition of significant contributions to the province. At the invitation of the Government of Alberta, Alberta municipalities agreed to manage nominations and host the Queen Elizabeth II Platinum Jubilee Medal award ceremonies for outstanding community leaders and contributors. Jim Duncan, Clearwater County resident, was awarded a medal at the ceremony in November. Over the years, Mr. Duncan has served on countless boards as a councillor and former Reeve for Clearwater County from 2010 to 2021. He continues to sit on several county boards such as the Ag Service Board, Land Care Board, North Saskatchewan Recreation Board. Jim has also served on the North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance and the Headwaters Alliance Committee, where he helped develop the Riparian Health Action Plan. Mr. Duncan spearheaded the Sasquatch and Partners program, which aims to encourage respectful recreation in Alberta's backcountry. The program members now include 5 municipalities. Mr. Duncan was also instrumental in the Clearwater Trails Initiative, which identifies and manages sustainable trails, where he continues to co-lead today. In addition, medals were awarded to all sitting mayors and Reeves for their dedication and contributions to their communities. Reeve Lougheed received this recognition at the Rural Municipalities of Alberta 2022 Fall Convention. Each Alberta members of legislature were also provided with 20 medals to award constituents. Nominations for the Rimbey, Rocky, Mountain, House Sundry constituency recently closed and winners are yet to be announced.
Thank you, Mr. Emmons. And I'll maybe turn the floor across to MP Soroka to introduce his
Well, I don't know what more to
presentation.
add on that. Mr. Emmons did such a wonderful job. It's quite an interesting year because, you know, we had the Queen there with her 70th reign. Unfortunately, she did pass. That. Then I didn't know about proper protocols, whether or not you keep presenting and everything, and actually you still can do that. You know, just paid the respect for that 11-day period, and after that it was fine to proceed again. So with that, I think it was a very good point about I didn't want to make this political or making, you know, like, oh, you only got a pin because you knew the MP at the time. So that's why I put it out right across the riding, and I was very fortunate to have many people nominated, and like you said, an independent panel, so this way I didn't have any choice in it. It was up to the judges that chose the individuals, so it was based on merit, and unfortunately there were a couple that were not recipients because of oversubscription. So with that, I also did get coins presented to be made, so that's what I'll be presenting today as well. And I think some of the council members already I have presented to them. I think it was quite nice that the province came out with a medal. I was quite fortunate when I was mayor in 2000 and what was that, 12, I guess, or 11 to receive one. Unfortunately, MPs did not get one. So you're quite honored to have received one then as a mayor, so, or Reeve. So with that, do we want to do the presentation right here or how do you want to do this?
Yeah, I think that would be entirely appropriate if you would be able to go ahead with that. I think that would be super.
Okay, then I'll start off with Cammie because she's so close to me here. So here's the actual pin itself. I'll let you hold that.
I think she's taking pictures. Okay.
Okay, and then this coin is what I also had made. Might be a little fuzzy.
Lovely.
So you want, I'll hold one and you hold.
That. There you go. Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you.
Congratulations, you know, you much deserved. Then I guess, Jenny, if you'd like to come up, or should I be more formal as councilor? So this is what the pin looks like. So actually the coin looks very similar. So, okay.
Thank you very much.
So what more would you like to do then?
No, I think that's excellent. Thank you very much. I'll
Actually, since Mr. Duncan is here though, because he received, I would also like to present him with a coin as well, if that's appropriate then. Congratulations, Jim. So you got a whole set of everything.
Thank you.
And thank you very much for doing those presentations. I know on a personal basis, I was deeply honored by receiving that medal. I would be wearing it very proudly today, although mine is out being mounted with some of my other fire service pins. So I'm unable to do that today, but other than that, I would proudly display that medal as well. So with that, I think maybe we shall take a recess. We'll be back here at 1 o'clock, please.
Okay.
So we will continue on through our agenda, and that brings us down to item 8, which is our reports, and I'll start with the CAO report, and Mr. Emmons, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lloyd. So the December 20th, 2022 CAO report. Alberta Council's hosting the second annual conference for Alberta's nonprofit leadership and professionals March 9th and 10th, 2023. Experts in various fields will provide insightful and inspirational sessions relating to governance, resilience and transformation, as well as advocacy and politics. As per the conferences and training for councillors' policy, should councillors wish to attend, authorization by resolution is required.
Is there any interest in that conference? Councillor Northcott?
At one of our community futures meetings there, kind of some neat information that there's about 15 million citizens across Canada that are involved with not-for-profit organizations across Canada. So if I would like to show interest to be able to attend this.
So would a universal motion to allow council to attend as their schedules permit? Does that work, or do we want to have a more specific one? Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
I can make that motion to permit council to attend, just to let Tracy know of their attendance, and she can get you scheduled in there.
Okay, any further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Emmons, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lloyd. A big thank you to the team effort by volunteers for multiple emergency service agencies, Asokowin Friendship Center, Fish and Wildlife officers, conservation officers, all worked on this year's charity check stop and Stuff the Cruiser events. It's amazing and inspiring to see how this community pulls together to support those who are facing unexpected challenges throughout this tough year. These hardworking volunteers and those who supported their efforts to raise funds for local food banks were appreciated in a very big way and are truly thankful for all their efforts. Third, Municipal Climate Change Action Center is hosting an Alberta Municipal Climate Leadership Council, the AMCLC, online meeting January 12th, 2023. The inaugural meeting will include elected officials from municipalities across the province who share an interest and commitment to climate change at the local level. The AMCLC members will gain access to education, resources tailored to elected officials in Alberta, peer-to-peer learning with elected officials who are overcoming similar challenges, and in-person and online events for sharing and celebrating climate leadership. As per Council's remuneration policy, attendance authorization by resolution is required.
Deputy Reeve Milhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I would be interested in attending this with the large backcountry that we serve and us being the headwaters for most of the drinking water for a large urban center. I think that it would be poignant for us to have a say at this table, and so I would be interested in joining this meeting.
And Councillor Ratcliffe, so maybe if we had just a general motion to allow council, I think this is an online session, so I mean there's some efficiencies there in travel and time management. Councillor Swanson?
I'll make a motion that any councillor interested in this particular virtual conference, can let Tracy Lynn know and attend.
Okay, thank you for that. Additional questions, concerns, feedback on this motion? Seeing none, I call the motion. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. And again, Mr. Emmons.
Thank you, Lloyd. So the fourth point, Clearwater County offices will be closed from Monday, December 26th and 7th, 2022 for statutory holidays, and closed to the public from Wednesday, December 28th through to Monday, January 2nd. Offices will resume regular hours on Tuesday, January 3rd, 2023.
Okay, any questions of the CAO on his report? If not, I would look for a motion to accept for information. Deputy, or Councillor Northcott, please. I'll get it right yet. I'm sorry to both of you. I keep forced habits here, but all in favor then? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Again, we have a number of updates and reports. Were there any questions, or were there anything that administration would like to point out as notes of interest? Mr. Emmons, no?
No, just maybe a note for council. I'm very familiar with the bridge files and where they're at, but I thought it would be easier and more user-friendly going forward in the new year to attach a map of the location where all these files are located to accompany this. So coming in 2023, you'll see that addition on there as well, just for viewer ease. So.
Thank you for that. I think that'll be very useful, other than us having to access those from other means, so appreciate that. Any questions about any of the reports? Seeing none, I would look for a motion to accept the reports for information then.
I so move.
Deputy Reed Melhoff, any further discussion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. That brings us probably down to councillor reports, if we would. I think we probably have enough time for that if we're use our time wisely. So I'll start with this time. I'll start with the Councillor Northcott.
Well, at this time I've had a relatively quiet last few weeks, so at this time I really actually don't have anything to report.
I have been busy, as always. I attended the North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance, as I sit as a voting municipal member representing Clearwater on that group. We had some really good chats about what EPCOR is planning to do with the watershed, as far as trying to set up virtual tours of it to give people more understanding of where their water comes from. We also discussed a lot of the stuff happening in Strathcona County, as they're having a bunch of issues with, in particular, cattle watering on that watershed. So they're trying to set up bylaws to actually have to have cattle off-site water. They were very interested in the fact that we are already actively doing a Caring for My Land program. So they hope to be reaching out to our administration to learn more about off-site watering through our Caring for My Land program. I attended the Ag Society AGM. They are a very busy group, as I'm sure you are all aware. They are doing great work within our communities. Several bursaries, partnered with the EAT Tour with Clearwater County, which they're hoping to do again with us this year. They're working with community services on that historic schoolhouse program. They got some grants for safety in the community, so they'll be doing a bunch of safety programs this summer. And they're hoping to do a big Farm Days West Country tour again this year, because it was so successful. I sent you guys all my reports, so I'm just grabbing the highlights here. I did a blurb on the Gas Federation. I attended that as a Rocky Gas Co-op board member, but what happens with gas across the province absolutely impacts us as a municipality as well. So I included a blurb on how hydrogen is changing that space. Feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions on that, and how we can hopefully as a municipality work towards some of the requirements that AEP and the energy regulators are going to be doing with regards to hydrogen. I wanted to thank the Condor community for their awesome Santa program this year. It's always a pleasure to go out there. They do an amazing job of it. And I had the opportunity to bring greetings on behalf of council to the Whirlaways 70th anniversary. That is the square and round dancing group within our community. That was so fun. They threw me right out there and had me learn how to square dance and how to round dance, and it was a great time, and I am converted. I am joining the Whirlaways, and I think that's going to be a great family fun activity for me to join in on. And I just wanted to send my thanks through the CAO to Clearwater Regional Fire for working with me and getting the 4-H. I volunteered my time to teach the 4-H program their first aid, and I was able to do that in partnership with our fire agency as the training partner. So I thank them for making that possible, and the kids wanted to pass on their thanks for that as well. So everything else is in the report whenever you guys get a chance to read through her. Thanks.
Well, thank you, Deputy Reeve, and I share your enthusiasm about what a great community we have, and what a great and growing community we have, and how it offers more and more opportunities for our children and for our communities to come together and really enjoy their rural lifestyle here. So I appreciate your enthusiasm. Additional questions for Deputy Reeve Melhoff? I'll pass the baton to Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure to follow the Deputy Reeve on these things because I can make mine so much shorter. And I haven't been that busy. It was an online meeting where Travel Alberta is doing engagement with different regions, and this one was with the David Thompson Tourism Region. They're looking for 5 to 10 real opportunities to promote for their funding program, so they need to have those ready by the end of March. What they're looking to promote is the signature experiences or guided experiences. They talked about having a destination development plan that communities should make themselves as destinations, and that people are looking for destination adventures. Councillor Swanson was on that as well, so she can cover whatever I missed. I received a letter from a constituent that I want to read. Dear Councillor Ratcliffe and other members of Clearwater County Council, this letter is to advise you of questions and concerns regarding the recent public engagement review survey conducted by the administration of Clearwater County. These are as follows. 1. Omissions. Upon reviewing the results presented to Council, as they are represented on the county website, there are significant omissions in the report, specifically with regard to responses to questions. What do you think Clearwater County could do better to engage the public? I can verify to you that there were multiple highly relevant comments and responses which were submitted that are not evident or represented in the 13 bullet point summary of comments that was presented to Council by administration. This calls into question how many other suggestions or inputs never made it before Council. 2. Report structure. Why were written comments collected from survey respondents not documented and reported to Council verbatim as quotes? Having conducted several of these surveys for various organizations, written comments are typically documented in this manner within a survey report. 3. Publication. Publication of the survey results report in its current form is highly misleading to the public. 4. Independence. Why were the survey results not collected and compiled by an independent third-party consultant or service, given that an engagement survey is in many ways a report card of the county staff and administration? It would seem that a degree of independence would be prudent in order to ensure that the survey results are an accurate representation of the comments and inputs received. This would provide protections from bias and conflict of interest. I have asked Councillor Ratcliffe to bring this matter to your attention. The editing of survey results in this manner and administration's failure to report survey comments fully and accurately to Council is quite concerning and is obstructive to the ratepayers' ability to have their voices properly heard and considered by Council. When ratepayers don't see their feedback accurately or fairly represented, the damage to the county's credibility is severe and is a key contributing factor to poor public participation in municipal government and engagement activities. Unfortunately, I'm hearing similar concerns regarding the MDP survey as well as the Broadband survey results. Successful engagement requires a much higher level of transparency and accountability than this, which can be uncomfortable at times, but ultimately results in opportunities for honest discussion that can lead to creative solutions for issues. In the interest of due diligence, I urge Council to secure a completing accounting of the survey results for their information and consideration. Thank you for your service to the community and for your time and attention to this matter. And closed on saying, I really think that Council should see all of the comments, that amendments to the report should be made, and perhaps some apologies to the public are in order. That's from Isla Anderson. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you for that. I would suggest in the future, if you're going to introduce a letter from a constituent, please forward that to administration so it can be included in the package as well. That's the best process or the best practice going forward, and it helps us all be prepared to be able to understand the concerns that are there. So I appreciate you bringing that forward. Questions for Councillor Ratcliffe? Deputy Reeve Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I had a question with regards to the destination development plan. Is there any others that we can look at to kind of have an idea of what we might be looking to create or what Travel Alberta might like?
Nothing like that was provided. I want to keep following these engagement meetings as they proceed through and see what's happening, because I see a lot of opportunity.
It's exciting that we were chosen.
Yes, it's for the region. But yes, for the things we're trying to develop, particularly around Nordegg, yes, it's a great opportunity. So it'll be interesting to follow it forward.
I agree.
Thank you very much. I'll go to Councillor Cermak, please.
I don't have a whole lot to add today, other than I've had a few phone calls about snow plowing in our county. Too much gravel getting pushed off the roads into the ditches. Do we have a policy on this, or was there? I talked to one of the previous councillors, and he said that there was a survey done with the county of Wetaskiwin, I believe, he said, on how much actual gravel was pushed off the road and put into the ditches via snow plows. He said that he figured that report said it was less than 5%. Now, Rick, could you enlighten us on that?
Absolutely, Councillor Cermak. County of Wetaskiwin did do a study. What they did was lay tarps, continuous tarps, down 3 miles of road allowance on both sides. And that was pertaining to a study where they compared the loss of gravel for a winter gravel program versus summer. So it wasn't a maintenance program. They determined it was actually less than 10%, not 5%, but it was about what was your percentages of gravel loss with a newly graveled road in the winter, then being subjected to snow removal after. So it wasn't continuous. Our policy in this regard doesn't identify gravel loss, but to mitigate gravel loss, what it does say is we will not send out a grader unless there's at least 6 inches. Because with the ridges in the road, you start trying to blade 2 inches of snow and your gravel loss is substantial. Bare gravel roads comes at a high cost.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any questions for Councillor Cermak? Well, thank you, and we'll go to Councillor Swanson, please.
Okay, since the last meeting, I think it was the next day, I think there was 5 of us that went to the Cape Fall General Meeting. I did let my name, I did run for the county board position, and the incumbent continues, and that's great. Her name escapes me off the top of my head, but anyways, and it was nice to see representation from our council there to hear some of the guest speaker that day. Went to the Area Structure Plan initial meetings, community meetings in Leslieville and Condor. It was great to see such a great turnout both evenings. Town ICC, Town and Village ICC, of course the Parade of Lights, I was so glad that we had nice weather that night. Oh, if we were doing that tonight, ooh, I don't think it would be very good. Great to see. I would say probably, I'm probably exaggerating, but I mean, I felt like there was 2,000 people there, like just that, how deep they were, like 30 deep at the beginning, and then yes, it got less, but it was fantastic for the turnout. I did a counselor drop-in session. Of course, budget deliberations, the one evening I did partake in the David Thompson Health Region webinar, which they talked a lot about the mental health links, and there was an email, I'm not sure if you guys are tagged on it or not, but I can always forward it with that, especially during the Christmas season. It's probably important that we have that. Like Councillor Ratcliffe said, I was part of that David Thompson Tourism Development Zone virtual meeting. The next one's on January the 4th. Any stakeholders we're allowed to pass it on. I'll pass you on the link. It's usually during the day. Lisa Lima is the one leading that particular stakeholder meetings. There was 3. The first one was on November 24th, the other one December 10th or 6th, and then this one on January 4th. And of course, the Rocky Seniors Board meeting was last week. And yeah, that's been this week, and probably a couple of webinars that I have going on Thursday. So other than that, I'm looking forward to closing out the year and having a break.
Questions for Councillor Swanson? Well, thank you very much for that. And I'll go to Sydney. I know you're having struggles with your voice, so I don't mean to impose on you, but I certainly want to give you the opportunity if you feel you can add anything for us.
I have a couple of things, Gerald. Can I have one for my next meeting? My report for the next meeting?
Sure, that would sound entirely appropriate, and thank you for that. And I'd like to thank councillors for their reports here. I was looking through my calendar over the last few weeks, and it's been extremely busy, but it's been a happy kind of busy because it's typically celebrating the joy of the season along with community. And taking in those events that are so important about living rurally and living where we do. I would especially like to mention how wonderful it was to get together again with our boards and committees for a little Christmas celebration, and really thank those members of the public that have put so much into making this a better community for families, a better community for everybody that lives here. And I do appreciate being able to take a moment or two to show our appreciation as a council and as an organization for those people that give back so much to their community. One other thing I'd like to mention, I did attend the Central Alberta Mayors and Reeves meeting along with Deputy Reeve Melhoff and the Mayor of Rocky, Debbie Bache. Really nice meeting to get out and network again with our counterparts throughout Central Alberta. Of interest to that group was definitely shared of what they're looking for as far as ways to balance their budget and to actually have the ability to retain their staff. Cost of living or market adjustments was on the topic list there, and I think the things we're suggesting in Clearwater County here are very appropriate from what we heard in that session as well. And that's about all I have. I think our time is running fairly low for our appointment time for the next thing. So I'd be looking for a motion to accept councillor reports for information. Councillor Northcott, please. Okay.
Councillor reports.
Thank you for that. And any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. That brings us, we'll work backwards into our agenda from where we're at now back into, and sorry, I just got to flip my agenda over. It is item 6.5, and that would be first reading of bylaw 1132/22. Clearwater County Municipal Development Plan. And just for everybody's present, just for clarification of expectations, today is a consideration of first reading. There won't be an opportunity today for public input. That would come based on the results of the decision today, whether we move into a public hearing after what we discussed today. So that will be the opportunity for the public at a later date to have feedback on what we're presenting today. And so, without much ado, we are joined by Liz Armitage and Miss Gillum and Dustin Bisson from our staff and our consultant, and we'll let them go ahead with what they have for us today. Please, if you would.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for having us here today. We have a presentation on the Municipal Development Plan Bylaw 1132/22 for first reading consideration. If technology works for me, we'll get started. It doesn't work for me.
Is it on? Is it on? Is there an on button?
I usually hit it with a hammer, but I wouldn't recommend that.
It's not working. Do we have batteries? Something different? I do have a pointer downstairs, but that won't help for the changing the slides.
Oh.
The staff recommendation is that council consider granting first reading of...
Maybe if you would for just a second, Councillor Ratcliffe, is there?
Thank you, yes. This has primarily been around agriculture, but with the recent addition of secondary suites, I'm now in a position where I could financially benefit, and I must declare a pecuniary interest and step out.
I guess I'm not fully understanding, but just perhaps Deputy Reeve Milhoff?
Sorry, we aren't going to be voting on your suite specifically, or on your specifically, like, so I don't understand how.
Well, it's included in the package. In the
yeah.
bylaw.
Globally, like as the entire municipality is affected, not just you, just like we're all landowners, so therefore we are all affected, not like, I don't understand how it would be pecuniary when it affects everybody equally. And you would still require a development permit that would be voted on separately, that would then be considered pecuniary.
Okay, the MGA says the voting on the bylaw.
Sorry.
Councillor Swanson?
It says it's identified as secondary suites in the future land use bylaw. It's not on the MDP. We're voting on the MDP to go to first reading. That is specifically in the land use bylaw, which we're not doing today. It's my understanding.
So having said those two things, ultimately though here, Councillor Ratcliffe, it's up to you to declare, and if you feel you are best stepping out of that, I don't want to say that you must stay. I don't see a reason where we're at right now that you would need to recuse yourself, but ultimately that is your decision. Is that understandable? If you believe and feel that you should step out, I guess that is how the MGA defines those things. It puts it on the individual. I'll just say it that way.
So that won't be voted on until the land use bylaw?
The land use bylaw.
Okay, all right, I'm good.
Okay, thank you for that. So again, I'll turn it back over to our panel to share the good news.
Good afternoon. We will start the presentation with actually articulating the staff recommendation, and maybe it should say consultant and staff recommendation, and that is that council consider granting first reading of bylaw 1132/22 and proceeding to a public hearing. So now we're going to give you an overview of what has been changed in the MDP and go through everything as to why we are recommending this. If we can go to the next slide, please. We'll start with a bit of project history. The current MDP 923/10 was adopted by Council in July of 2010. The review of the MDP started in 2019 by Clearwater County Council, and in 2020, Council adopted a terms of reference to guide the review of the MDP. The terms of reference included the creation of a steering committee, which includes all Clearwater County Council members. Next slide, please. On here, you will see a more detailed timeline that goes through kind of the main points of each year of what has happened. This is also the same one that was in the most recent public engagement that we did, with a couple updates, and that's under the 2022 part and the 2023. So essentially, once council started this in 2020, an original draft was prepared. There has been engagement throughout all of these years, actually, through all of the stages. And we will talk a bit more about the engagement as we get into the presentation. Essentially, where we're at right now is under 2022 at the very bottom. It says, essentially, the request for decision for first reading would be today. And up next, assuming first reading is given, then we would move into advertising and notifying for a public hearing, which we anticipate will be in the new year, which brings us to 2023. And we will align all of those things, again, assuming council does that. That's the anticipated timeline. Next slide. So the community engagement. This has been quite a long process, in part due to COVID-19, where we had to transition from what we all thought was normal open houses and public engagement to a virtual engagement platform. I personally was not involved at that time. However, your staff at the table was. So if we have questions related to the original engagement, we can definitely try to answer them. Through the original engagement, council determined that and directed administration that the existing MDP be updated rather than replaced. So the key areas that required expansion and further engagement were identified, and those were the subdivision of land, aggregate and resource extraction, private campgrounds, and private recreational uses. Next slide, perfect. So in 2020, we were guided by 5 community engagement objectives. Collaborate with residents to develop the MDP community vision and values. Create awareness of the MDP website and engagement opportunities. Provide multiple opportunities for community members to provide feedback. Encourage feedback from residents on the draft MDP policy direction. And receive and consider public input on the draft MDP policies. So that was completed a couple months ago. And if we go to the next slide, we'll do a quick overview of how we engaged with everyone this most recent time. So we had online paper and newspaper surveys, from a survey sent out from July 15th to August 19th. We also did radio advertising, 3 YouTube videos, promotion posters at local community events, including the Marketplace on Main. We had 2 events there as well. Newspaper and social media advertising and website advertising. We also conducted 6 open houses, and 2 were in Leslieville, 2 were in Nordegg, 2 were in Rocky Mountain House, and then another 2 in Caroline. We also hosted 2 virtual meetings. One had to be called off in the middle of the meeting and rescheduled due to unexpected events. And so we did a 3rd one of those, but really it was still the 2nd. So it was a very extensive engagement offering of both getting the word out that it was happening, but also the number of sessions made available. If we go to the next slide. So what we did with all of the information we received is we prepared a municipal development plan, public engagement summary, what we heard report. And that was made public, I believe, at the beginning of November, and was intended to be a summary of what was heard, not a exact word for word duplication of everything that was heard. And it included all the different means that we got out to people, and that is available in the report. Next slide. So with all of that, that brings us to where we are today. We have a revised draft MDP to present today. The proposed MDP is not meant to be a replacement document, as per the direction provided by council earlier in this process. It is intended to be an update to reflect the current community trends and needs. We are using a repeal and replace method from a bylaw approval standpoint to simplify the process. Otherwise, you guys would get a really long bylaw page outlining each and every change. We have provided a track change version of the Word version that should have almost everything captured. And I say almost everything because I may have like corrected a typo and not had track changes on, and that would be that kind of minor thing. And then the final new MDP that has a bit more of a graphic appearance to it. And again, kudos to DJ with the county for her hard work on making it look so much nicer. So we'll get into the summary now of the draft MDP, really the bulk of today's presentation. So one of the first things, actually before we get into this, that I do want to state is that when I was brought into this project, I was told I can look at it with fresh eyes. And Bill as well also looked at it with fresh eyes, and we pulled out a few things that maybe hadn't been considered before. So some of those are highlighted today and have been discussed with the committee as well. So one of the first changes that I recommended was we had 4 guiding principles when we started the engagement in 2022, and very quickly realized that there needed to be a 5th. And so no changes have been made to the first 4, and they're in no particular order. So no changes were made to quality of life, community, social growth, economic prosperity, or environmental stewardship. However, what I have proposed, and I think really does need to be part of this, is a 5th guiding principle, and that is agricultural production. And the text with that is opportunity for agricultural operation and the people who make agricultural their livelihood. Clearwater County is a very diverse community, and I think that it is important to be acknowledging this very important component of the community in a guiding principle. So next slide, please. The draft MDP also, one of the most significant changes has been to the section 10 subdivisions. So what is being proposed is similar to what was taken to the public, and that is a maximum of 3 titles per quarter section. A maximum of 15 acres can be used for subdivision for residential purposes with minimal exceptions. Fragmented parcels will count towards the maximum of 2 titles per quarter section. So you still have your original quarter section. So that's why that says 2. But may be in excess of 15 acres. There will be a 3-year trial period that has been identified. And rather than 25 subdivisions being able to be processed per year, it's now recommended to be 20. And then we also still continue to have the multi-lot subdivisions requiring an area structure plan or outline plan prior to approval. Defined within the MDP is any multi-lot subdivision consists of 4 or more lots, and they must be located within half a mile of a paved county or provincial road. And servicing standards for multi-lot subdivisions will be determined through the ASP and or outline plan process. We also have changes to the private recreational uses and private campgrounds, and these policies have been modified to accommodate small-scale campgrounds and private recreation uses. We've also modified the resource extraction section, and that is a modified approval process to require a land use bylaw amendment to a direct control district prior to approval. And this ensures that council's involved in the decision-making processes. We've also updated the goals for each section. And we've also we went through the definition section. We've added some new definitions for commonly used terms such as fragmentation and qualified professional. We've also cross-referenced all the definitions with the land use bylaw to ensure consistency. We've also added policies related to alternative and renewable energy, and These policies are in support of development of alternative renewable energy, including but not limited to wind turbines, solar panels, and geothermal, in the appropriate manner. Not just go for it and do whatever you want type thing. It is in an appropriate manner. We also have future studies and land use bylaw amendments identified throughout the document. So we've identified future studies that the county may undertake, such as an agricultural master plan, economic development strategy, and short-term rental regulations. These are not things that have a set date on them. They are things that council will be determining through budgeting process and priorities and strategic planning processes moving forward, but it identifies them as things that the county may wish to undertake. We've also identified some areas with future land use bylaw amendments being needed. One of those is secondary suites and also direct control districts for resource extraction. So the way I look at it is your MDP is your, I should have put that slide in this, the V that I always talk about, your MDP's up here, your land use bylaws further down. So these future land use bylaw amendments have an bylaw process they will go through. They will have to have their own public hearing. We have identified them as items that when that bylaw is updated should be considered by council. This does not mean they will be approved by council. It means they will be considered as part of that piece of work. And lastly, we've also tried to work really hard to improve readability. So language, graphics, and organization have all been updated to improve that readability and provide clarification. You can see an example of some of the graphics here. Again, kudos to DJ for her hard work on this. And we've also updated that spelling and grammar changes throughout, and that's where, again, I do note that there might have been some very minor spelling changes that aren't indicated in the track change one, but they would be incredibly minor. So I think that brings us to the end of the presentation for today. We do have a bunch of people here to answer questions, and we are all eager to see.
Well, thank you very much for that outline. I can say over the last 4 years or so, this has been an exhaustive process. It's involved 12 different councillors, 2 different councils, a couple of CAOs, certainly a couple of consultants. And I think really I would like to say my thanks to the community for their feedback in this process. That's been absolutely essential. The hard work of councils, the hard work of staff, and certainly not last and least is our consultant of putting together some fresh perspective as well for us to look at here. I think we've got many things right in this, and this is the opportunity for us to have faith in this document being endorsed by this council to be going back to a public hearing. So that's where I feel we're at right now. I would welcome questions or comments from council. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Similar to one of my earlier questions, just confirming process. Today being first reading, and then referrals are sent out to, like any other bylaw, referrals will be sent out. It's 30-day minimum for that, correct? If I'm knowing process here. And then a public hearing, an official on-record public hearing, then potential for amendments, second reading, third reading, and then all of that we would go into the land use bylaw should it be successful, make any changes there that would need to be adopted in order to be congruent with this document should it pass.
So 2 things I'd point out is first, we are recommending that the 30 days be extended. It is currently December 20th. And I don't think anyone other than me wants to look at this over their Christmas break. And I'm not even sure I do, but I will. So we are recommending in this circumstance that it will be basically we're not going to start that 30-day clock until after. I don't know that we have a set date, but it'll be the beginning of January to give everybody that time. And those who do want to spend their Christmas reading it will just have some extra time to take a look at it. And then the land use bylaw, my understanding, and this probably would be best from staff, but it's a separate project that would be initiated after this project.
Thank you, and I would appreciate that perspective of that length of time, because I've heard time and time again from our community how busy the farm community is, and we want to give ample opportunity for them to prepare their comments and be able to present their comments at a later date. So that's exactly what time allows, and we certainly don't want to force that through the Christmas break here. So, additional comments, questions? Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I absolutely want the opportunity for that public hearing. That's the on-record opportunity for people to come out and let us know their thoughts. We've all been getting emails, phone calls, etc. I want the opportunity for that public hearing. So I would like to see today this go through so that they can officially have that day to talk to us. It's an official opportunity that I truly feel the public needs, so.
Thank you for that. And I would just mention that the Municipal Government Act charges councillors to, when they're developing policy, to consider the entire community, the entire welfare of the municipality that you represent, not just your own division or your own community or your own group of friends. So I think council has taken that responsibility very seriously and looked at many aspects to find balance in this, and I appreciate the process moving forward. Councillor Cermak.
Yes, thank you, Reeve. I would like to see my opinions and thoughts on subdivisions, if I may elaborate on some.
This is the opportunity for you to do that.
Okay, my opinion and thoughts on subdivisions, I would like the rest, or the residents to think about. I have heard from a lot of residents and our open houses that they do not want 3 titles per quarter section. Most are happy with the old MDP section on subdivisions, 2 titles and natural fragmentation. I believe to enjoy prosperity and growth within our county, I like the idea of 20 third parcels out per quarter section per year as a trial for 3 years. This will give 20 residents per year some capital to expand their operation or start a new on-farm business. Looking around the county, I see multi-subdivisions that still have a lot of open lots for sale around the country. Maybe we need to help fill the empty lots with new residents before we open it up to new subdivisions. I feel, and this is my own opinion, and I feel if we do not listen to the residents of the Clearwater County on subdivisions, we are no better than most governments in the free world. Politicians have taken it upon themselves to tell the people what they want and need without listening to the voice of the people. I believe government was by the people, for the people. If you want to see change in our county, you must come out to open houses and voice your opinion, as some residents did. We as councillors must abide by what information received from open houses, surveys, and emails received at the county office. At this time, because of all that I've laid out, I will not be voting in favor of the new section on subdivisions. But I really like the rest of the document that was prepared. And my other view is that I would like to see the new MDP whole document move into a public hearing to get more input and opinions from a lot more people than we got from the open houses. No matter what side you take, please come out and give your opinion. Don't sit in the back, even if you if you're on the fence or you're undecided, come out, give your opinion so that we know what you want. We had 78% of the people that surveyed said they didn't want it. But I think we only had like 300 people say out of a population of 12,000. I don't want to jam something down the rest of everybody's throat that they don't want, but we need more input into this. So I think it'd be great to go to this public hearing if we can. But what I've heard from the rest of our residents and taxpayers, they do not want the third party. But I think if you still want prosperity and growth in this county, we have to do something. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Cermak. And I think you've certainly outlined one of the challenges we have is trying to gauge that interest in the community. Certainly this room is people that have actively pursued the issues and are voicing their opinion, and that's always appreciated for sure. Councillor Ratcliffe, comment please.
Thank you, Reeve. The previous two speakers I'm very much in alignment with. I want to hear from all sides. I'm going to reserve my position until we've gone through that process. So I'm in favor of granting first reading to this and moving on to the public portion of it, of the next step.
Thank you for that. I'm going to go to Councillor Northcott, please.
Thank you very much, Reeve. That was excellently said, Mr. Cermak. That was very well said.
Thank you.
And I support everything you said there. I'd also like to all the residents and that have come here to view today. One thing that I've observed is actually the relatively quite young audience that we have there that are rural residents and farmers and ranchers in the county. To be taken note of. A lot of times we do have statistics from Statistics Canada stating that we have a aging demographic in Clearwater County, but when I look in that room, that's a young group of ranchers and farmers here in Clearwater County. Thank you for coming to everybody and everybody that was involved with the surveys and the open houses that were put on. I've had a lot of residents that have phoned me and they have endless lists of concerns and stress and anxiety that this has been going on for quite some time. I think that there does need to be more consultation done, the effects and the impacts that it has on our neighboring municipalities, Rocky Mountain House and Caroline. And I know that many of our Clearwater County residents depend on the services that are in those urban communities, that where our kids and our family members and parents and seniors do need services out of those municipalities. The list is quite long. The impacts it has on agriculture and the rural lifestyle. I do empathize as well for the residents that would like to further subdivide their land if they already have and they would like to further subdivide. I do empathize for them, but with the large majority of residents, and it was showed in that survey, that do not support the third and fourth or any additional parcels out other than the 2 titles per quarter, really. And I understand that first reading is to be able to go to the public so that it can be made public to the residents, but I don't support the document, so I won't be supporting first reading.
Thank you. And I'm gonna just check with Councillor Graham. She did send a letter kind of outlining her position, and with her permission, I would certainly read that letter. I don't know if Sydney's still there.
I would appreciate that, everybody. Thank you.
Yeah, as Councillor Graham is struggling with her voice today, but she's written a letter, and I certainly won't be as eloquent as she would be reading it, but I will attempt to do justice of what she read here, or what she said here. So this is Councillor Graham's words. I apologize that I cannot vocalize this to you all. I wanted to explain where I was coming from with my vote for the proposed MDP. What an inconvenient time to be sick and lose my voice. I, like all of us, have been very privileged over the last year and a bit to speak with many people and gather their thoughts about the proposed MDP. I've heard from people who believe there should be an unlimited number of titles per quarter, people who like what is proposed, people who like the 2010 version, and people who believe there should be 0 subdivisions allowed. The 2 most common opinions I have heard have been the 2010 version of the MDP and the proposed version, all pertaining to titles per quarter. Both perspectives offer very valid reasoning for why they would like to see their preferred option. People who like the proposed MDP have told me things like they want to subdivide the already existing house off of their property so that their child can live there. With an aging population, they want younger people to have the opportunity to move here. The lack of available properties is creating land too expensive for new people to come here to farm. People want to retire but stay in their home and sell their farmland. People who are against the proposed MDP have told me things like they fear this plan will create a county too urbanized. More people will make the rural lifestyle more difficult. Farmers are worried about being able to spray weeds, fertilize, and do all of the things that make farmers in Clearwater County the wonderful producers they are. Just bear with me for a second here. People are concerned about the type of people who could end up being their neighbors, with producers already struggling with things like their cattle having bullets in them because their neighbor's target practice is set up towards the cattle. Fences being cut, gates being open, trespassers, people who just don't understand the rural lifestyle. As a councillor, it is not my job to impose my will on my constituents. It's my job to represent them. A very strong majority has told me they are against this proposed MDP, so for that reason, I am voting for what I have heard Division 2 envisions for the best future Clearwater County. I will be voting against the proposed MDP. And that's from Councillor Graham. Any additional comments? Councillor Swanson, please.
Yes, we're all given our reasons for voting yes or voting no, and so I will chime in here as well. And I can well understand where each of you have been standing on this, or been educated, especially the new councillors over the last year, in what Reeve Lohi and I have done previously 2 years. So with that, and my phone has been ringing off the hook since the agenda package came out last Wednesday, and there's people that feel they would like to chime in now, even though the survey has been expired. They're talking amongst themselves and like, please vote yes for the public hearing so we can come and give our voice, come and give our opinion. We haven't had an opportunity to. So are we going to let 400 decide, or are we going to let the other 11,000 give us their opinion too? So I'm kind of the opinion that we're not boiling the ocean here. So, and at the end of the day, 20 extra subdivisions they're not taking up all agriculture land. They're not from corner to corner covering that 5 acres. There's still going to be agriculture produced on those 5 acres. So schools need to still be filled. I'm happy to see a full school bus going down the road, because that tells me that the future of our community is still growing. That's what I'm worried about, is what kind of a impression are we giving to businesses who think they might want to come here, but there's no extra people here for them to employ. We have to be an attraction. So it's always been my stance right from day one when I campaigned back in 2021 that I am a proponent for third title. It was wide open before this council decided to put it down to 20. I mean, we had it at 25 and we lowered it again to 20. So 20 extra parcels out of 8,000 square kilometers or 18,000 square kilometers, I think is a very, we gotta think about what's gonna be here in 15, 20 years. Because doing what we've done the last 10 has not grown this community. The province has grown by 1 million people. How many people have come here? You know, our census is saying we haven't grown. So I would like to see us go to a first hearing, or public hearing. I think it's fair for the rest who have not been afforded, for whatever reason, an opportunity to speak. And I think that's our due diligence, our fiduciary duty to allow that to happen.
Thank you for that. Additional comments? I guess my turn. So I don't think it's any secret here that I have faith in what is being presented, moving on to a public hearing, and from that point being adjusted if necessary based on public feedback. That has been the process all the way along the line. I might say that, I'll just say it this way. My life in public service has been what was demonstrated to me by my parents. They came to this community 85 years ago after being starved off the prairies. And what they found here was family, but the surprise was how welcoming that community was. So I think we still live in a day and age where we can welcome a few more people into our community. We don't have to be fearful of what they bring. I think we can be receptive to what they bring and work with neighbors. My personal view, that's what drives me forward in public service. And you know, I know we are wired to be fearful. We are wired to complain about things. We are wired in many ways to fear the future. I think we need to have plans to help us alleviate those fears in the future, things that are defined. And that's what we're attempting here with revising a 15-year-old plan, a 15-year-old vision of who we are, and what we can be. So I think it's worthwhile having the discussion and going to the next stage of allowing the community another chance to give their feedback on this. Ultimately, we want everybody's voice to be heard, not just the loudest people, not just the people that are able to convey their thoughts in a public sense, not just those people that fear the future, not just those people that are concerned that their level of stewardship will not be honored in the future. We want to make sure that everybody's voice is heard in this process and that we have the right balance in a plan as we move forward. So that's why I will be supporting going to first reading and then on to a public hearing in the near future. So that's my soapbox for the moment. If anybody else wants to have some additional comments, now would be the time from council members. Deputy Reeve Milhoff, please.
I agree. First, like as I stated, I think I was one of the first to speak.
Of course.
That if we support first reading, it gives the opportunity for the official public hearing, which is an important piece of any of this. And it gives this official document, the official draft was released on Wednesday with our agenda package, extending the timeline to allow for even more time. Along with you, as soon as this was released, I was getting phone calls and emails the last several days, and I welcome them. That's why we're here. We're here to listen to them, and this is giving them yet another opportunity to do so. In fact, I will make the motion to grant first reading and move to a public hearing.
Thank you for that. Additional comments relating to that motion from council? I'm ready to call the question then. All those in favor? And those opposed? Okay, that is carried. We should have asked for that before. Is there an, I would have to go to our parliamentarian. We are, of course, we are in a recorded session here. But is there an opportunity to reflect a recorded vote still? So just for future reference, if we're gonna request a recorded vote, we need to do that before we actually hold the vote. If that's okay? Is there opportunity, Tracy Lynn? I would go with that then. So if those in favor could raise their hand again, please? And those opposed? And just for those that can't see the screen, Councillor Graham has indicated in opposition. And I would declare that carried, and we will move to a public hearing. Not today, at a later date. And thank you all for joining us for this moment. We will continue on through the agenda as well today. You're all certainly welcome to stay with us. But and thank you for your presentation today as well. Thanks for being with us on such a cold, miserable, yucky traveling day. So.
I traveled yesterday.
Oh, gee, see that you're talk about being prepared. There you go.
But you guys have allowed me to get home for my son's Christmas concert. So thank you.
Okay, let's take a 10-minute here. So if that works. So welcome back and thank you for your patience during our recess. We shall move forward with what's left on the agenda, I believe, is correspondence. So there are a number of pieces of correspondence. Would there be any? Actually, I think we didn't do councillor remuneration either, did we? Oh, there wasn't any on there? Sorry, I guess. I think did I not?
No, 8.3 was not concluded.
I thought I did all reports. Didn't I do I think I did a motion or had asked for a motion for to accept all reports based on item 8. So that, again, that takes us, I believe, to, if there was no council remuneration, sorry if I didn't catch that, we don't need to do a separate motion for that then, of course. Takes us to correspondence. Any items there that are notable or we need clarification or somebody wants to highlight something on?
I got a question.
Councillor Swanson, please.
I'm sorry, I thought it was on this, but maybe it was part of my council report and I missed asking this. Are we, who does the JUPAs with the school divisions? Like the joint use, the JUPAs with the school, those are due in June. And so are we working on that with Wildwood School Division? Okay, so will we get that, an update on that in the new year? Question?
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. So yeah, our Ag and Community Services Department is working on our JUPA with Wild Rose. We are looking at bringing in a consultant. Wild Rose's assigned staff member is on mat leave. So it's slowing down the process a bit. We applied for an extension to try and accommodate that mat leave. We were denied by the minister. So we are doing our best to push forward in a timely manner. But as products are drafted, it will be brought forward, yes.
Okay, thank you. Any additional? Deputy Reeve Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. With regards to the letter from the Wild Rose School Division Board of Trustees, what is this council's thoughts on drafting a letter of support for this particular letter that we have received? What's the appetite here? I believe that it would be warranted.
Councillor Swanson, please.
I agree with you. I'm being part of the FCSS last year, not this year. I'm not currently on the committee, but.
So, and if I can add some clarity to this, this is not FCSS.
Correct.
It's essentially what would have been considered a wellness or social services for that aspect, so that the schools are seeing difficulties, obviously, at home, and the agency that is there to protect children isn't necessarily doing well with that. There are some gaps. And so, I mean, ultimately, I think we have a role that we could play for advocacy, support in that we are aware of the challenges there, and that we can both lobby our MLA, our ministers of social service education, those kinds of things, to try and bring additional focus, or at least a lens on that. I would certainly welcome, or I would certainly sign on with a letter that would indicate council support for some level of increased focus on this. Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
I was just wondering if anyone knows if this is a local problem or more like a provincial problem.
Again, I have a little bit of background knowledge on this because I know this letter was coming towards us, and I think it is, I think you're actually right, it's both. It's part of that, gaps that have been created throughout the overall system, but most of those are manifesting here, at a level that it's becoming aware that it's not, there needs to be solutions found, so.
Okay, so it being a quality of life issue, then I would support it, a supporting letter.
Yeah, and I think it could be simplistic that, you know, we are in agreement with the concerns or supportive of the position and the concerns of I think this is from Daryl Scott, is it? Yes. Yeah. He's the chair of Wild Rose Public Schools. You know, we could send a letter either in support that he could use to pass along, or we could send a letter. I think he's had a number of CCs that this letter has went to. We could do something along that line too. Deputy Reeve Melhoff, sorry.
Thank you, Reeve. I think that we should do both, and I would be happy to motion that. I'm assuming that you would need a motion in order to proceed with this, and to motion to allow for it to be at the discretion of the Reeve, that I don't feel like this letter needs to come back to us necessarily, just have us CC'd on it, and if we have concerns, we can voice them electronically, just to save administrative time and that type of thing. So I would be happy to make the motion, giving you
sure, and
the
I
power
would
to do
probably
that.
look to administration. They're very good at composing appropriate letters, and I'm quite good at signing such things.
Does that capture what you need? Okay, I would make
And
that
I would
motion.
certainly, if there was anything coming forward, I'm sure our team here would have that for council's view before we send it out for any feedback of appropriateness anyways. Thank you for that. Any further discussion? Then I'll call that motion by Deputy Reeve Melhoff. All those in favor? And I see nods of approval and check marks all over the place, so this is good. That's approved. Any other concerns within the correspondence? If not, I would look for a motion to accept correspondence for information. Councillor Swanson? Thank you very much. All those in favor? And that's carried. And would there be any notices of motion? Seeing none, I would look for a last motion of the day, unless I've missed something in the agenda. I know today I have hopped around something fierce of these 435 pages. Reminds me of how hard staff works to give us 435 pages to deal with, so I appreciate everything. In that case, I would look for a motion for adjournment. Deputy, or Councillor Northcott? All those in favor? Thank you all for joining us today. We wish you Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and faith and prosperity in the new year. And health. All right, bye everyone.